session, we have some key points to be known by everybody in the session. So I have a presentation over here. So yeah, I can say that this is the best and the biggest AI data fest. Why? Because we have 50 plus industry experts and 750 plus attendees across India, and mostly 60% are data professionals. And we also have huge networking stars, your favorite LinkedIn stars, where you can connect with them and you also can have a great conversation with them. And that is the reason I'm saying this is one of the biggest event of this year. Okay. Then, could you please help me? Okay, so we got the platinum sponsor who are Fireducks and Agno, so I thank them. And we also have our community partner, Indian Data Club. We have their booths next to the engagement area, so I thank them. And we have our hospitality partner, Clarion Hotels. I also thank them. And before starting the session, we need to know something very, very important. Do you guys know which is the most important place in this whole entire building? Any idea? The very important place. No idea? Restroom, guys. So we have next room, restroom. It's on the left side. So please, connect with volunteers if you need any help in navigating to a restroom. Then we encourage you guys to walk through stairs because the crowd is very huge. Please use staircase instead of lift. Then, yeah, we have cafe next to this place, and the lunch area is ground floor, as you guys know. Then we have engagement zone wherein we have huge booths over there, and we have games where you can win cool goodies over there. So please go and visit those sponsors' booth, and we also have multiple booths over there. So visit and have a conversation with them to win cool goodies. And yes, so you'll be having ID card, right? Could you please turn the other side? Okay, thank you. So wherein you can see the agenda of the event, so you'll be having all the timings of the sessions. If you guys have registered for the exclusive workshops, you also can go through the agenda. So please go through that agenda. Then, yeah, the sole reason we are all here is to learn, right? From different experts across the country. So the main reason is the learning part. So as we came here as a community to learn something new and to interact with other fellow people. So I want you guys be kind and respectful. Then let's listen with so much attention to the speakers and also to the fellow attendees. So yeah, the other reason, I recently met so many people in not many events, and I can say really those people are kind of meaningful connections that I've made. So I encourage you guys to talk to your fellow people over there and make some good connections. Okay. Then if you guys do need any kind of assistance in anything, please reach out to this number. He's Mr. Sahib. Or else you also have the volunteers next to you, so they can assist you in whatever the assistance that you need. Then yeah, the other reason is have some fun, take it easy, learn. Okay, while you guys have fun, don't forget to take many pictures, guys, because it's going to be a memorable day. So if you guys do take much pictures, so post that in your LinkedIn or Instagram or any other social media platform and tag us. Use this hashtag, guys, AI Data Fest 2025. All set? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so now, okay, so we are going to have some people on the stage who actually don't need any introduction, kind of. Do you have any guesses, guys? We are going to have two people on the stage. Any guesses? So we are going to have Dhaval and Hem onto the stage to give a keynote. So I welcome both of them onto the stage. So let's have a huge applause for them, guys.
Okay, so we are going to kick off this keynote session with a question that I have for you. There are a lot of AI advancements happening. Which one excites you the most?
The one that excites me the most is this. So I can give 90% of coding to AI and I can just give this 10% coder.
Do you think you can be?
Yeah.
Do you read the LinkedIn post from end to end?
Yeah.
He says, if you are not learning coding and if someone gives you career advice to not learning coding, it is one of the worst career advice you can get.
Okay. Anyway, great guy. This is genius, I know. So you follow Andy, but I follow Andy Kabati. You know if you talk about this macro test, I'm all in for it. So the AI can do all the coding, I can just mark it.
Okay. It looks like you are not reading the speech properly. Did you read this part? He says, why coding is good only for weekend giveaway project codes. Don't check the code, it's by coding, otherwise you might be risking your job. Also, it will help you serve the reality through the layers of hype and misinformation so that you can unlock your career potential in the AI age. Hello everyone, I am Dhaval, founder of Codebasics.
Hey everyone, I'm Abe, I'm the owner of Codebasics. So let's start with that. How many of you know, you have to understand that. You need to know this thing. This is called HDF. How many of you know what is HDF? Hey, you know smart, I thought you know smart folks here, you know, coming to the AI interface. You know what is HDF? No? Hey, this is such a big thing, come on. No one knows this? Any guesses? Guys, responding. This is height detection framework. It just got in 2 minutes before. Trust me, in the next 15 minutes, this is going to change your life by the way you are going to consume information.
If someone talks like that, that's a hype. And you should be ready with your truth-sucking straw. There are many examples. For example, NVIDIA CEO is saying, all the coding will be done by AI and you don't need to learn coding. I think that was this, what was the name? Devin. Okay, Devin. That was supposed to replace all the software engineering jobs. And Elon Musk says that, he said this by the way 10 months back, this year 2025, we are going to see AGI. You guys know what is AGI?
Yes.
Right? So artificial general intelligence.
But don't you think all these are such a responsible people? They won't say things just like that.
Yeah,
that you can.
Fortunately, there are people who just don't say things like this gentleman, Ian Lacoon. How many of you know Ian Lacoon, by the way? See, people who create hype are more popular than people who speak truth. That's a plain reality of the world that we live in. Ian Lacoon is one of the three godfathers of deep learning. There are other two folks. Anyone know that? Jeffrey Hinton and Joshua Bengio. This guy is a father of deep learning. He invented convolutional neural network, right? You should be listening to him. He is an educator. He doesn't have agenda. Okay? He's a chief scientist at Meta, but at his heart, he's an educator who cares about truth more than anything else.
So understand, right? Like people like they don't have any agenda or any pressure to post something. How many of you have the pressure to post something? I say a lot of Indian influencers, YouTube influencers here. How many of you have the pressure to post something in hindsight? Otherwise, you would lose results. Oh, you can write that. I can start. Right? Like, it's right. The life cycle is setting you in. Like you have to say something. So that's when people go up with people, but they don't have the real knowledge. They have to say something. So when they say something, it's a misinformation. That's the first thing you are saying from your office. That's misinformation. So
let's talk about reality now. So I am co-founder of Attic Technologies. It is an AI services company. You will see Karan, CEO of Attic here, Bhavin, the founder of Attic here. We work on the real AI projects, okay? We have many clients, many projects. And what we see is all these businesses and enterprises, they want to ride on AI wave. So a typical sales code, okay, will look something like this. Client will be like, I have $5 million project budget. I want to do something with AI. And we're like, what do you want to do? I'm not sure. Or they will just throw some random ideas. And then they just start the project. So many people are trying to figure out how they can ride this wave. And due to that, what you see in the production nowadays is bunch of POCs, proof of concepts. Many of you will be AI engineers here, right? So how many of you are noticing the similar trend where you are kind of building POCs, right? Or things are in beta, not going to production, you're still experimenting. You build something with Llama and something new come up, so now you want to plug in new model and see how it behaves. Also, in terms of your real life, see, you all use Zomato, Bank of America, not Bank of America, like whatever your bank is, and Blinkit, you have all the apps, so they will have the chatbot, correct? How many of you think that you are interacting with LLM powered chatbot? At least I don't think that way because I live in the US. This is a real chatbot, by the way. Verizon, big company. I have some other apps too, Bank of America, other apps. What I see is these chatbots are still old, rule-based, dialogue flow chatbots. I don't see LLM chatbots going into production at scale yet, despite the fact that ChatGPT has been there since 2 years and this whole thing is kind of should have matured to some extent. So there are so many challenges with AI projects. When we work on these AI projects at Attic, the first challenge that we see is hallucinations and compliance. Air Canada tried releasing their LLM-powered chatbot in production. Then what happened is, there was a customer, okay? There was a customer who was talking with this LLM chatbot, and he had a question on bereavement policy. So he had some death in his family, and he's like, okay, can I get a refund? And chatbot confidently said, yes, you are eligible for the refund. We will send an email, blah blah blah. The actual policy was opposite. They did not have this refund thing actually. So this whole thing went into a lawsuit. Okay? So although you have RAG-enabled agentic RAG chatbot, what happens is, in the end, these models are probabilistic. It's like probabilistic model with too much knowledge, way too much knowledge. And when you have way too much knowledge, the chance that hallucination will happen slightly increases, okay? The second big challenge is data quality and governance. We are working with a North America-based client, and they are into IoT devices. We are building anomaly detection models. We use the most state-of-the-art feature engineering techniques, such as time lag and convolution and so on. We also fine-tune our model, and the model was doing good on the training data that was provided. Now, how this training data was provided? Someone manually curated that, right? So the quality was decent. The performance looked good. Then we started getting new data. And when we placed the model on the new data, again, performance degrades. So then you go into this infinite loop of feature engineering, fine-tuning, retailing, fine-tuning, retailing, right? And then at some point you'll stop, you'll get tired. You realize you need to fix your data infrastructure. So this fancy project that started with AI, so-called AI project, quickly turned into a boring data engineering project.
I think these two are problems, I agree, but I think there is a bigger problem. Can you tell what is the bigger problem that we are having in AI integration? Any guesses from all these things? Yeah?
Privacy.
Privacy, yes. Good one.
Responsible AI.
Yeah?
Bias.
Price, yes, of course.
Context retention.
Context retention, okay? So we are talking about the case where the AI is starting to get deployed. But let me tell you a case where you can't even deploy AI. Because a lot of companies, I tell you, a lot of these big companies, so we are still with mainframe. We are doing this migration project for years with a lot of data. See, you can't give the AI models. It will take even more time. So let's assume in 3 months, whatever happens, 6 months, when people are saying 3 months, software engineering is going to go away, data analytics is going to go away, everything is going to go away, humanity is going to go away. Let's assume, people keep these 3 problems. You know where it will boil down to? The biggest problem? It's here. I've worked with people, stakeholders across 15 to 20 different countries. And you know what they'll ask? You know what? Even I present a simple dashboard. They'll ask for logic. Because they are going to make decisions. They'll ask you like, what is the logic? How can it resist? So with something like a dashboard, you can just back it here and provide them the logic. But just think about the AI models, especially the ones that are connected to the neural networks. It's not that easy to provide them. That's where you get stuck. That's where the enterprise adoption is really super slow. So we must be thinking, so what? We are saying all these things, okay, tell about the career, what I'm going to do with this career. So this is the question that we are asking. So World Economic Forum, have you seen this future of jobs promoted in the World Economic Forum? It got published 2 months back. So they are saying the roles which most of us are doing, big data specialists, AI machine learning specialists, data specialists, data analysts, scientists, pretty much the ground here. Those jobs are going to grow in the next 5 years. Right? So now there is paradox. On one end, they're saying like, oh, AI is going to do all the things, it's going to make it easier. And the other end, the easier report from this, like this, that says in the next 5 years, these job roles are going to grow. So what do you think about it? So what I believe is, let me tell my team, what I really believe is, these job roles are going to grow, but probably the title, the roles and responsibilities, they are going to change drastically. You won't probably call a person as a data analyst or data scientist specifically, you might call me. I see the ways of working is going to change fundamentally because now we are going to do AI assisted work. And you'll be doing more stuff, more work for this.
Yes. So as you say, rightly, job roles are evolving. So if you're a software developer, now the definition of what software engineering means is fundamentally changing. And before we go into how exactly it is changing, one thought that you all will have is, okay, World Economic Forum is saying that, okay, for example, AI and machine learning jobs, and data analyst jobs, and big data specialist jobs are going to grow. But isn't it that all of these jobs will be fully autonomously done by AI? Well, why not? Because just keep in mind, I was having a conversation with someone, and he showed me this article where couple of folks deployed this vibe coding codebase in production. And these hackers, for hackers, this is an easy killing ground. They just go into a system and hack it and you won't even realize. So these kind of incidents are now happening. Going back to the evolution of job roles, let's say pre-ChatGPT, you are a software developer working for Infosys. You go to job at 9:30, you spend your next 8 hours doing that work. It can be coding, it can be building Power BI, or any other type of work. Now with smart AI assisted coding and smart AI assisted technical work, the time that it takes to do that work is reducing. Let's assume it is 4 hours. Now the company will pay you, they will have additional expectation. They will be like, okay, how about you also contribute to business and product? You also do some creative work, some strategic collaboration. So as you see clearly, the roles are evolving from professional 1.0 to professional 2.0. In 2.0, you are a professional who thinks holistically. You don't go there with your code only mind, saying that okay, I'm a programmer, I will not take interest in the domain. That's not going to work. You have to be holistic in your approach, take enough interest in business and product, and also do your technical work along with this other beautiful soft skills develop, and you are now becoming a problem solver, not just a programmer, yet programmer. Talking about these two, I have a friend, he's the founder of McKinsey Technologies, 700 plus software engineers company in Gujarat. And during our conversation, we were telling that the way McKinsey is evolving in this AI landscape is previously they would have this Java program. Here's a Java project, that's that Java programmer, full time and so whatever. You get .NET project, now they go searching for another .NET project. Now they are hiring software engineers. As a software engineer, you should be able to work with .NET, Java. Tomorrow, you want to use concurrent programming of Kotlin. You should be able to code in that. Why? Because with AI-assisted coding, these things are becoming easier.
I completely agree with this because you can see that big data like Microsoft is also very good. How many of you know Microsoft? It's what Microsoft is doing is combining all the data works together. Data analysts, data scientists, data engineers, they taken by AI. So what this means, what is the prediction? So people already know that a particular job is kind of made easier to get. So now people can do, they can use more. So that's when the tools are being on platforms. And this is why you see there are two things happening. One thing is like AI is making it how easy. The other thing is like how also. This is where the timeless is become very important. So what is the understanding of time? You will see what do you mean by this? Exactly, skills are relevant to the time. So talking about skills about relevant, so something is that is relevant today. That is relevant maybe 5 years. That will be communication. So you need to communicate and stakeholder management. You manage expectations of other people in group. That then can lead a group. And those kind of things, like negotiation, presentation, those kind of things are going to be very, very relevant. And importantly, these skills are what thought are being focused. How many of you remember magic computer? What is it? All things are how many of you think it's nothing right? So it's time for us to get out of your knowledge brain and start focusing on the skills. And
while this job roles are evolving, the research in AI continues. We all think LLM is some big genie that has come out of the land and it's really powerful, but LLM is just one paradigm. When you think about holistic AI, it is just a next world prediction model. There are other frontiers where active research is going on, such as world models. Okay. How many of you have heard about world models? Very few. This is what happens when you follow hype creating influencers and not the educators with right data. So there has been an architecture called Hyderabad, and Yan is contributing to that. The reason he's doing it is his point is very clear. The AI today even doesn't have knowledge or capable intelligence till where this already talk. Talking, it looks good, but if you have a real dog, if you have a real dog, it will be able to navigate the world in a much better way compared to this dog. And there was this kind of dog in NVIDIA's GDC as well. Okay. Doing some tricks. So, just to summarize, LLM is just one paradigm. World model is the next big frontier. And although we have IGP architecture, we have not received ChatGPT like tipping point yet. It may happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but you can't predict. It will take all the time. And when we see the breakthrough, it will give rise to a decade of progress. That's what Ian talked about in his talk at Davos meeting. So, if you know robotics, the evolution already started, but some people are having very nice. So I was talking to there was a function like now talking to someone, and he said that, oh, so this AI is too good, now we will have like moment there. And everyone has that way. So then someone was holding a table at that time. You know, the food was being kind of taken away. And I said, you see that person holding a table, this burnt $5 million robot in the world cannot do that work with the activity that human is doing it. Okay, so we should not think that we will put LLM in this robot and it's gonna destroy the entire world. You need this new paradigm, new model to even get to that stage.
In order to do this, training more than the right. This is the lack of more principles.
And this is giving, by the way, a good opportunity to people who are into AI research and robotics. So, how many of you are in AI research or interested in doing that work? Quite a few, right? So, if you have a lot of interest in math, algorithm, AI research is an amazing area. Why? Because next 5, 10, 15 years, companies will hire these people. There will be continuous research. The number of positions might be less, but then supply will. So, very good opportunity. Same thing with robotics engineering.
Okay, let me summarize the formula for you. Key database. So, what are the key databases? Remember, what are the key databases? What is this?
So basically, we should see open to learn. Once it is not something, it will be like important to the position where we are.
So, the first one is like, you should be able to learn the reaction time. There is going to be a lot of activity. Every company wants to put their name on the top. So they will say things that will get your attention. So you need to learn to act from reality. That's number one. And second thing is embrace becoming that 2.0 position. You need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Don't think that, oh, I have done certification, I am this person, I have many experience. Nothing is done. We are not going to learn, unlearn, and relearn every day. The third thing is focus on building your time skills. Folks, today we are going to see a lot of sessions revolving around this. And I hope you are going to have a great time. Thank you. But let's not worry. Let's try to make some meaningful connections. Let's go to the levels. Yes. And I. So just do some connections, meaningful connections. You're not here to just presentation and go home and then forget about it. This is what I have to do. This is what takes the most forget. But I really want you to know like because what you trying to do, like meaningful, utilize mind statements for the sake of humanity. guys. Enjoy the today. So now we're doing great for this. Getting back here, there are going to be even more equipment so there are going to be more how to see around.
So thank you, Hem and Dhaval, for the presentation. So me being as a host for a technical session is the very first time. But I have been to many technical sessions as an attendee. So when I used to sit there as an attendee, so many speakers would come onto the stage and they used to talk, right? So maximum for 10 to or 15 minutes I'll be active, but the rest of the night I'll be more active, no? Okay, that's fantastic. Acha, okay. So the speaker will be thinking that I'm the best in the whole crowd. But you know what I'll be thinking? Oh man, this would have been done in a different way. It's not so interesting. This is one of the thoughts running in my mind, but the face reaction that I feel is completely different. Just not to, hurt the speaker. But personally, I like the whole presentation and the human touch they have had with the whole presentation is so good and it was very splendid. And one thing here. So when you are
flying high, you know how I feel.
with your friends. Wow, write good numbers. Okay. Teach them for the day. Don't talk with them or don't face them. Just go and talk with random people. So you guys can do this, right? Teach your friend. Have a look at them the next day. Change your seat, guys. Done. So we have a networking session. There is a cafe. So where you can have some meaningful connections. Talk to the unknown random people. And yeah, guys. Thank you. Maybe in 30 minutes. Make sure to be on time. Thank you.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Woo, woo, woo. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. Yeah, yeah. Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Woo, woo, woo. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. Yeah, yeah. Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Woo, woo, woo. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know?
Hello, today we will learn how to make complex topics simple and learn. Today we will learn how to install Playbook, and we did on Windows. We launched a scam awareness campaign that prevents them from falling for head-tech people scams.
When I actually completed my master's at Hyderabad, I didn't get a job. That's why
And when passionate people come together for a shared vision,
Someone said Codebasics shall become the most loved learning platform on planet Earth.
amplify and enable more lives.
I think we are getting there.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand. Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone. But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
Yes, I did try that.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you,
Email saying that you
the
refer
impact shall...
someone, you get 20,000.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
So the session is going to start within 5 minutes. So please have your seats. To carry that tree. Anywhere in the 7th floor or just. Okay, I'll go on to the stage. A mic check. What do you want me to do? What can I on live? Can you please? Guys, please have your seats.
ठीक है ठीक है परफेक्ट करने वाले हो ठीक है
If you guys find any difficult, if you can't find any seats or you can connect with volunteers. I can see a few people are standing. So can volunteers help them out? Find them a seat. Okay. Okay, guys, now we are going to have a powerful session. We have a young and beautiful lady who is going to be presenting on technical things, which is really hard for me, but she is going to be presenting it in a very easy manner. So we have Preeti Singh. She is a senior software engineer at Agno, an open source platform that empowers developers to build, ship, and monitor multimodal agentic systems capable of processing text, images, audio, and video, guys. So I request Preeti Singh. So stage is yours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for such a great introduction that made me sound way cooler than I am. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I can see the screen from here. Okay. So, hello everyone. How is everyone doing? I hope you're doing well and you're excited for the day, the way I am. So, a little introduction about me. I am Preeti and I'm a senior software engineer at Agno. I love to build things and I love to talk about them, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. and I'm super glad about this opportunity. Our today's topic is AI agents and the future of work. So this is one topic which probably comes up in everyone's conversation, right? Whether you're technical or non-technical, like AI will take away our job, or you see some ads on Instagram from some chat GPT experts, you probably do, right? But what if I tell you it's not exactly what you think? And AI agents are solving problems in real world. We will be covering all these examples and use cases in my 20 minutes talk. So give me your 20 minutes and I'll convince you that it will not take your job, but instead make it more efficient. So, before I go into more technical term, I wanted to cover a little story from my childhood. Right, so there was this very particular dosa shop in Borivali, Mumbai. I grew up in Mumbai, where my father and I used to go almost every single day. But whenever we go, we see that the place is not filled with people. It's almost empty, and it almost always broke my heart because the guy made really good dosa, right? But consider a case. What if the guy had an access to an AI agent where it can train, where it can give access to all its processing, all its execution data, all its about its surrounding, and find and have a database backed information on when, what, and how to sell products, right? Now, well, this example is very, very high level, which may or may not come to life given the access, but it for sure tells you that it does not replace the job of the dosa guy, right? So it's like having a companion. How? So I wanted to cover this one use case, which probably all of us will relate to as well. We are growing, since we are growing in a world of social media. Consider any social media manager in the house. Very wild question to ask. Okay, nobody, that's great. So I can assume a few things. So I'm taking this little liberty. Like, consider a case where you are a social media manager and your boss comes up to you and tells you that, hey, our engagement sucks. Sorry for using that word, but our posts are not doing well. We have very few likes and almost no comments. But our competitors are doing so well. How is that? And the boss asks you to go and probably create a list of competitors and scroll through and get a strategy on why their posts are doing well and ours is not. So this is the usual workflow that would look like, right? You create a list of competitors, you scroll through thousands of posts, you take screenshots, and you build spreadsheets, and then come to the actual implementation and have a solution. But all the first three parts are boring. Who would like to do that job? Like, imagine going through thousands of posts and you only spend little time on the actual problem. But what if I can have an army of agents do all the work that I don't want to do? Like, I have it create competitors. I have it I have agent for each of our websites, for Instagram, for YouTube, for Twitter probably, and I have it create spreadsheets, and I have it create strategies for me as to why the competitors are doing well. And you get to focus on the real part. You get to focus on the solution, create strategies, and do the brand refinement, which is the important part. So this is a little snippet of code from Agno and how easy it is to build with Agno. So you create a team, you create a team of almost like an army of AI agents, add as members, like an Instagram agent, YouTube agent, and strategy agent. And you have a team, leader overlooking all these things and do the work for you. That's how easy it is to build with Agno. Just 6-7 lines of code. But how does an AI agent exactly work and make all of this possible? So I'll cover a little about an AI agent and how it works, and then we'll delve into a real life customer work that we at Agno are solving. So we have all these models, right? GPT-4, Anthropic, and they all are becoming so much better at reasoning, writing, accepting multi-models, following instruction every single day. We see some advancement or some like instruction every single day coming up, which is what makes AI agent possible. But what if I ask the model, right, something like ChatGPT? That well, the ChatGPT application in itself is sort of like an AI agent. But consider, I go and ask, hey, can you find me a free slot between my boss and me and book a call with us? But the model gets sad. It does not have any information about me or my boss. It cannot book a schedule call. But what if I build an agent and I give it some tools like you have access to my calendar and my boss's calendar, right? Now it can book a meeting for me because it has access to tool. But what if I make it more powerful? I give it a knowledge base. What is a knowledge base? Consider a PDF with my life diary, suppose, or something like any information about me where it can take context from, right? And what if I give one more capability where it can remember our conversations, remember about me, that, hey, you are Preeti, hey, you work here, your boss is this. You make that AI agent possible like this. So you add memory, knowledge, and tools to the LLMs and make this AI agent possible. Right? If you give the prompt, hey, find me a free slot, it can actually output it for you and book a schedule for you, right? So this is how you make it. And making something like that with Agno is actually very easy, which we'll cover in, if you can meet me at the 7th floor and we can go through that. But models are becoming very, very smart every single day. It just does not accept text, right? Like you can see, we can input text, image, audio, video, and it can also output text, images, audio, and video. It can see the images the way we do, and it opens up a plethora of opportunities and use cases for us. This is also a little snippet of code from Agno. That's the case where we built an image agent which can understand and analyze images for you, right? You can have something like audio or videos as well in a similar case. And this is an image agent that can generate images for you. Now consider a case of a social media manager where it needs a designer, or consider a case where you have a photographer who wants to send you images where you can put your face and you can get all the photos of yourself. How useful that image agent will be. That's literally the lines of code, how Agno makes it possible. So this is my favorite definition of AI agent, which is totally non-technical. And it is AI agent allow you to take the powers of the models and integrate them into your existing processes. It's about evolving our daily task and not replacing us. So yeah. Okay, I'll get to something more technical and something that we are supporting at Agno with our customers. I won't be obviously mentioning the name or using the exact data points, but this is something which is very interesting and I love talking about it. So we are supporting a customer where there is an admin. It makes a system, right? System is sort of like a form which suppliers are required to fill and send it back to the system. Sounds simple, right? You make a form and the supplier fills it and submits. Very simple. Except you're gonna have many suppliers. Each supplier are gonna have numerous doubts, numerous questions, and you're gonna be burdened with support, right? You're gonna have so much manual tracking. You'll have to reply to emails of questions. You'll have to check forms if they're right, and so many things happening. There's so much inefficiency, right? But what we did at Agno, my colleague Ayush is sitting. He's one of the people who made this possible, by the way. So kudos to you for making it possible. So suppose we have a supplier. He has a question. He can reply to the email. Where he's received the question. The email agent checks the knowledge base, which has answers to all the questions, all the context you would need. If it finds the answer from the knowledge base and helps the supplier with the answer. How cool is that, right? You don't need any manual tracking. But that's not it. What if the questions are beyond the knowledge base? What if the questions are very important that it needs to be answered right away? The email agent is so intelligent that it can identify if the questions are complex, if the questions are something that needs to be answered. It sends that question immediately to the admin via email itself. And this is made possible through Agno. So now you have a resolution. The supplier can fill the form and you have it. But that's not it, right? Now he goes to the questionnaire and he fills the form. But you see the form is not complete. Or there is a little bit, the form is not complete. The answers are not right. We have another agent which can come. I'm sorry, can I just have some water? Yeah, so we have an agent which can follow up all the questions and send it back to the supplier. That's how, so that's how the strong of a system we made at Agno. All of this is made possible. Yeah, so that's about it. That's the real use case I wanted to cover. And we have got something exciting for you. We have 5 really good, 5 goodies to give away. But for that to happen, you need to scan our QR, star us on GitHub. You can make a post on LinkedIn or Instagram, but make sure to use these hashtags with it. And I think one of our team members will contact 5 of you for the giveaway. These are very special goodies. So yeah, okay. Also, there is insiders information. This is not public yet. We have a $15,000 of hackathon going live next month. So make sure you join our Discord for the announcement coming up. Please don't tell anyone I told you. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you. Or apparently we have a few more workshop tickets. So I'm giving it away. So make a post on LinkedIn or anything. And we have 5 workshop tickets for 3 p.m. So yeah, that's about it. And if you have any questions, please meet me on the 7th floor. We have an Agno booth. Yeah, thank you.
That's so cool. Guys, do you know a fact about Preeti? This is her first session, addressing huge crowd. Isn't this appreciable, guys, at this very engaged? The 2 hardest concepts. Thank you, Preeti. It's really amazing. Okay, so we are up with 15 minutes. Shall we play a little game? Funny and interesting game? Because we all would have got up at 5 a.m. I just wanted to know personally, how many of you guys woke up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m.? Rest all 8 a.m.? Then came? Oh, many wouldn't have slept. I thought only Codebasics did not sleep. Oh, amazing. Okay, anyways. As we all belong to a data profession, let's have a storytelling game, right? I'm a data analyst. Apart from that, I used to tell a lot of story. At times, I don't work. I don't think my manager is here. Or kind of. Okay. Anyways, at times, not only me, many wouldn't have worked a lot. At times, we need some rest, right? but still you have to tell some story to the manager. I did that, this, right? So we have to be very good in storytelling. So we're gonna start a small game with the storytelling. Let me start the first stanza. It's have to be a kind of chain type. Everybody has to talk. Maybe we'll go with the first 3 rows. Done? Or random if you guys wanted to participate. Okay, let me start like this. A very innocent girl from a village came to Hyderabad just to ace in a career called data analytics. She went to Amirpet, tried to learn some thoda fake courses, thinking that that is the best course ever. Okay, done. She has done with the course. This is the story, guys. A girl came from village to Hyderabad, then landed in Amirpet. Then, could you please, volunteers, hand over the mics to that girl, the second row. The second row, the first. The story starts like this. An innocent girl from village landed in Amirpet, studied data analytics course. Next, you can proceed, anything. She met with an accident, whatever. Go ahead. Any imagination.
Started learning different courses.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Next.
During the process, she understood that she is not much interested in data, but still she is interested in storytelling, so she continued that.
Oh, fact. Then,
I guess maybe she's in Codebasics event.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Okay, next continuation, please.
Finally, she has identified all this as a hype, and then started realizing the facts and the truths.
Exactly.
Then she started her own coaching institute.
Unexpected turn. Okay, then.
She also started a YouTube and she now has 3 million subscribers.
Story is going in a positive way. Next.
Now she's planning to start a fest like this, which is happening here, and she's inviting people.
Okay, next. Good, sir.
Now she has a burnout and she decides to do organic farming.
My God.
Then she started thinking how she can share her knowledge across and enable and empower so many people by opening her own channel.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Next.
She also started a business of with organic farming, selling
organic farming.
He already mentioned she ventured into organic farming, right?
Wow. Okay. Wow. Amazing. Lot many ups and downs. Okay.
Yeah.
Make some tragedy, guys. It's going very positive note. Tragedy. Life lo nadustadi kada. Some tragedy.
She wanted to expand her business, but for that she wanted data.
Data. Okay. Next.
She wrote to Donald Trump to come and invest in her company.
Okay.
Now she is thinking of marrying someone as well because she's hitting that.
This is what actually she needs now. Next.
Yeah. Her husband suggested to hire some people, and he gave a very different idea. She said, like, whoever you are trying to recruit, make sure that they work for free for the first 6 months.
Free for the first 6 months. Sir, inna strategy. Next, sir.
She forgot why she came for Hyderabad. by looking at the likes, subscriptions at the YouTube. So she continued with that.
Thank you, sir.
And then she realized that her reach is not going well with YouTube, and she decided to make a movie on her life.
Movie? Heroine?
And she connected with Rajamouli, and they are in discussions, postponing Mahesh Babu's movie.
Rajamouli. Next, sir.
And at the end of the day, her mom asked her to wake up from the dream. So it's all a dream.
Wow. So see, guys, how the story has begun. A girl from a village, an innocent girl landed up in Amirpet. Then they've also married her. Then a business loss. Then some person has told me an interesting thing. Then movie. Okay, this is amazing. So interesting. May I know the time? 20. We can continue the story. Movie, sir. Next.
So I think she's in a dream, right?
Yes.
So
But you are, data analyst. You have to say some story. Continue, whatever it may be.
okay, she just woke up.
Continue with the dream.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
She woke up and she slept again.
Again slept. Okay.
So she woke up, realized that this is all dream. So to start with, she has to start from strong fundamentals of data. Then only she can survive.
Again from the beginning.
Because it was a dream, so she realized that in the dream, fantasy looks really nice, but in the reality, she has to learn and grow. So nothing comes free.
What an inspiration, Koda. Sama. But guys, it's not only about data. She'll be also having personal life, right? We're not, manager, a company, data, dashboard, a computer, a system, a friends. No, we do also have personal life. Something with personal life. Interesting.
I think she didn't spend time going for trips, so she went Bali after that.
Bali. I really wanted to go. Maybe after the marriage.
And there she was singing this song Golden Sparrow, enjoying in Bali. Golden Sparrow, that song.
Okay, next arrow. Super, sir. Next, sir. We're going to complete in 2 minutes. Please, roll out.
She won. Now she...
Paravala. You can, sir. Cheppandi, anything.
Now she was in a dream, right? She woke up and came to the reality that I want to learn, but she don't have a system.
So sad.
Since she was coming from a village.
I agree. True.
Unfortunately, she get caught under Dhaval sir and him sir, whatever she create all these things.
Wow. Okay, finally she has landed in a very good hands. Then?
On the day of her first training, some guy is following her. On the last day of the training, she is following him.
This is very unexpected, sir. Super. Next, sir. The other person. She's following a guy. That is the end of the story. Continue with the same. Sir, why do you pass the mic? Okay, go ahead, sir. Whatever it may be.
Yes, she already woke up from the dream and she's
Again, dreamer.
No, she wake up already.
Okay.
And now she's thinking that her one day is not enough for me. So she's requesting God to make me a robo to do all those things.
Robo?
Yeah.
Okay. Tarunangal.
Yeah, so she realized it's better to be a PG owner than to get into data science.
Very true. Okay.
Back to basics, and she has opened her channel on to educate other people.
Okay. Fair
Life
enough.
lessons.
Acha.
Yeah, at the end she realized that why this much long process I have taken. It's better to marry a good
Best
guy.
idea ever.
Best idea. Why to take a long this process to settle my life itself? So I said I go to any matrimony site and get a good guy and just settle it out. That's it.
Okay.
Things will be done very fast. Rather than all these things. Happy ending. I'm giving the happy ending at the end.
Got it. So she's going to get married, right? Okay, next.
But right after that,
Right after that?
she realized that it was another layer of dream. She woke up again. Yeah. I think you told, doesn't she have a personal life, right? So maybe in that, her personal life, she's just sleeping. That's why all these dreams.
Horrible, da. Okay. So, any final one, good positive note, maybe we'll close. Okay, 3 people. Okay, you can, Aditya, you can go.
Actually, she, after marrying her, she starts a YouTube channel that saying, "Hello guys, welcome to my home tour."
Okay. Signature note?
And then she realizes and writes a book of all this, whatever has been told, and it sells as a bestseller.
Biography.
Whatever has been told, she compiles it and writes it in the form of a story, and it becomes a bestseller.
Okay. The next person, someone, a good positive ending. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so after that book launches, it fails very badly, very poorly, getting no reviews. And then she goes on to Instagram and then starts promoting her channel and then asks people to comment AI and data fetched for more hacks and...
Oh, okay.
So she turns out to be influencer in the end. So that's how it ends.
Thank you so much. The easiest job now is being an influencer on Instagram. Ek phone, ek filter, ashte, simple. Believe me, guys, people out there as an influencer, they're making lakhs. Ek promotion, 15,000, 15 seconds ka reel. So anyways, that is the best profession. Maybe she can choose because all these hardest concepts, why? But anyways, jokes apart, thank you for the story, guys. We have started somewhere and we have ended somewhere in a positive note. Anyways, thank you all for this. Now, okay, clap for yourself. Sorry? No comments? Okay. We know the time? 10:25. 11:25. Acha. Okay. What else? Codebasics YouTube ka. Officially, I can't write. But anyways, already it's been there. What else? Anyways, we are going to have another session, which is also going to be a technical session. To tell about him, he has traveled from Japan, guys, to address you all people. This is amazing thing. And I'll be introducing him in a while soon. And what else you guys wanted to explore on this day? So what is in your mind? So what is the context that you are having in your mind, for the whole day? New learnings. How many of you guys came here to learn something new? Oh, quite a good crowd. How many of you guys only came to meet new people? Very genuine. Okay. How many of you people came here to explore some new opportunities? Genuine. Wow, amazing. And yeah, you're going to take away at the end of the whole day. And do you guys had any pictures with your friends? Okay, did you post in LinkedIn or Instagram? Illa. Why? ChatGPT, exactly. Okay, use ChatGPT, guys. It's very easy to have all the descriptions done for your post. And do tag us, and the hashtag is AI Data Face 2025. Nobody in the crowd has posted? Nobody? Okay, I'll give you the prompt and I'll give you the description, guys. Maybe post this session. You can post that. Do we have the speaker? Please back the stage. Okay. So now we are going to have a session on large-scale data analysis in the age of AI. And we have the speaker, Saurav Saha. And to introduce him, he has 11 years of experience at NEC Corporation in the diverse fields of high-performance computing, distributed programming, and data science. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science and is currently affiliated with the Digital Technology Development Lab at NEC as a senior research engineer. So I welcome Saurav Saha onto the stage, and to add a point, he has traveled from Japan to here just to address you people and to share the knowledge. So I welcome Saurav Saha. A huge applause for him, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. The stage is yours.
Presentation mode? Can you check? This one? Can you use that?
Mic testing.
Can I use this?
Yeah, you can. If you are on, you can.
But it's okay, that's not.
Hello, a very good morning. So I hope you are excited. Yes. So I'm excited. I'm super excited. And as he shared, like we came from Japan. So we're part of NEC R&D Lab Japan, and we are here to talk about some of the technologies that we are working and some of the very interesting thing that industry is facing challenge with, and probably something that will definitely help you if you're running some business or doing expert profession in the field of data science. Okay, so without wasting a little bit more time, let's start with small introduction. My name is Saurav. I had my graduation from West Bengal University. I'm from Kolkata basically, and I'm having my career at NEC for the last around 12 years by this time. Uh, and my expertise comes from high performance computing, data science, big data, and machine learning. What is that thing that we'll be talking about today? And what is the motivation? The motivation does form our main career that I have started my career at supercomputer that NEC had. So my main skill is in high performance computing. At our lab, I had my leader, Mr. Ishizaka, who is the primary author of the library that we're talking about. He is also here with me, and probably he's there in the booth that we have at 7th floor. Please do come. Let's interact. So he thought of, okay, let's use our technology to speed up Python. What is the Python that we can work on? That is the time, I believe we started 2018. So data scientists were facing issue with the large scale data processing. So we thought of, okay, let's build something that can speed up data science using the technology, HPC technology, compiler technology that we have. And that is when we started developing a library called FireDucks. Probably some of you know about it, I'm not sure, because I had been speaking on it about in PyCon India and the last PyCon Hyderabad also. Anyone from the audience who already at least heard about the name FireDucks? Thank you so much, of course. Okay, so yes, so I'll just dive deep into what FireDucks is and why probably might be able to explore that. Not learning, but explore, because learning curve is very small. It doesn't force you to learn a new library, but it helps you to exceed the performance in your existing pandas. Okay, so to start with that, I have some of the quizzes and I have given to some of these passes for the workshop. Probably that is a workshop that they're running after this session probably. So I have 5 passes and I have many quizzes definitely, but I can take 5 in order to pass this free one if you have already not registered for sure. But anyhow, to start with that, this is the regular workflow of a data scientist. We all can relate, although the trend is changed a little bit since the past few times, but still it is same and we are working, right? We are collecting data from several sources, we are preparing the data, creating the model, and it's not very straightforward. We need to spend a lot of time during the data preparation, creation of the features and all. As per the research, as you can say, as per the research says the most important part is data preparation, and it takes around 75% of the entire cycle, starting from data loading, preparation, and visualization. So a lot of research is being happening in this area in order to speed up the data preparation. Before going to that, we will try to understand what are the best practices that probably we should follow. Then we'll explore some of the library in the field that automating the same. Then we'll explore something that probably you'd love to explore with. Okay. So yes, Pandas is one of the dominating libraries so far, and people are really enjoying it. It's still very popular. There are 100 million plus downloads over a month. But when we go for large scale data, it might not be a good choice for us. The reason being, first of all, when Pandas was developed, we don't have a concept of large data. It is developed for someone who is very good for Python, but probably people wanted to shift help a Python programmer to do data science, not because that SQL is dominating for this market. So Python statisticians wanted to use Python to speed up, to do the analysis, and Pandas was developed. So ideally, the challenge comes with single threading. So since it is single threading, of course you can understand, although you have very good system, it can become slow. You have to spend a lot of time if you run something. Then if you're running on the cloud, that is the ideal problem of a cooperative. If you're running on the cloud, you end up spending a lot of cloud costs, and we are attributing to the great factor to the environment, because data server is something that is emitting a lot of carbon dioxide when it is running a long run execution. So these are the ideal problem that probably we are facing, the industry is facing, and the research is going on. Although pandas has these problems, but the ideal problem come with pandas is the way of writing. When it is about the large scale data, we need to understand some best practices. And if that can be followed, ideally we can speed up pandas as well. Okay, that will be something that I will dive into today. And I will talk about the optimization strategy and some of the libraries that offer the same. Okay, quiz time. So I believe all of you know pandas, right? All of, mostly at least 99% pandas, bro. Okay. So this is a sample program that is trying to do simple thing. It is loading taking a data frame as input, trying to sort the result by B column and getting top 5 from the A column. Both foo and bar doing the same thing. Let's now have a vote for, according to you, which method do you think is a good choice from memory consumption, from CPU cycle, from readability, etc. point of view? Can I have a vote for foo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, great. Can I have a vote for bar? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 12. Same vote, okay? And rest of you think probably, maybe confused. Okay, with the vote, I believe one thing. Let me have someone who has voted for bar. Okay, sir. Okay. So, would you like to tell me why do you think bar is the better approach? Okay, first of all, let me know. Have you registered for the workshop that is for the large scale data analysis? Have you yet registered? No. So probably I can offer you this pass then. Can you please tell me why do you think bar is the better approach? Whatever comes to your mind. Yes. Okay, so you use the term filter, although that filter is not happening here, but you're very close. May I know your name, please, sir? Sorry?
Dhana.
Dhanand. Okay, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Dhanand, who said the key thing. This is my data frame. Data frame is a set of rows and columns. So ideally, I may have many columns. So let's see what happens in case of 4. Okay, probably this is my data with 10 columns. What I need to sort this by B column, and something like this will happen when I'll sort it. Fine, it's visualizing. Okay, and what is the result that I'm interested? I'm interested only for the A column. So when I will say, please, dear Panda, sort it by B and give me A, this will something be the result. Problem comes now. During the computation, since it work on the entire data, it already have spent time in sorting C to J. That means materializing the result for C to J. Although we don't need to do that, right? So that is a waste of memory. That is a waste of execution time. But we can do either, as Mr. Dhanan said, we can take a view of the data. Okay, that means for me, this is the 2 column of my interest. We can reduce the data in the columnar direction, and we can perform the same steps. So it will now work only the portion of the data, and I can save the execution time and memory consumption. It's a very pretty common technique doing optimization, like SQL optimizer and many other library does the same. It's called projection push down. So ma'am, let's maybe we can pass it on to Mr. Dhananan, or maybe we can have it, you can take. Yes, so once again, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Dhananan for saying that, and I hope you understand the concept behind it, and definitely I'll be exploring more and see how important it is when we really deal with large scale data analysis. Fine, next quiz. So here it's about doing a good way of data flow. Look into the code. What it's trying to do, it is trying to get the male employee, count of male employee from each country. Fine. Let's try to see how it does. 2 table, employee and country, trying to merge it, then trying to filter those who are of male category, then performing the group by and the count. So 3 male employees are from India and 1 is from Japan. Once again, please think here for a moment and try to find what might went wrong in the data flow. Okay? Because data flow is again important thing. There is something that is wrong from the performance point of view, and if I may have, yes sir. Yeah, can you please? Sir, please. Yeah, I just request him. Yeah, please. I'll come to you for also. Please. Can you take the mic?
So here we are merging both the datas, then you're putting filter and then you're doing the aggregation. So it's computationally intense. So rather I would first filter on the gender, then I'll do the merge, then I'll do the aggregation.
Great. So may I know your name, sir?
Kaushik.
Kaushik. So once again, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Kaushik. Have you registered for the workshop, sir? No? Okay, this is for you. Okay.
Thank you.
So once again, sir, probably can you pass the mic to sir? So I believe you wanted to say the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing.
Okay.
First, we need to do the filter.
Yes.
Then we need to do the join.
Okay.
We need to do the aggregation.
Perfect. So the problem, as they correctly pointed it out, is I only interested in the male category. Why on earth I do the data processing on the entire data? I can get the filtration happen on the male category columns, do the merge, do the group by, just simple alteration. Okay, it will make your data analysis much faster when doing on the large scale. That is again something called predicate push down. Now, again, I'm coming to you, sir. After doing this also, there is something that can be done. Can you figure it out? Probably that is not here in my slide, but there is something that still can be done to make it much faster, a little faster at least. Remove unwanted columns because Snehit sir said, Snehit sir, right? Okay, says like, what is the unwanted column for this data? Probably the ID, because ID is something that is not needed. And we need, okay, even if we remove ID, okay, we can save some space and time also. Anything else from the data flow point of view? Look into the data flow. This is an optimized version of the previous, but still there is something that can be done. And I have 15 or 17 more minutes. Okay. Yes, let's just think for a bit more seconds and think if there is something that can be done. Can I have some raise? Hand raise, okay. Yes. Yeah, yes. The rate, yes.
Hi, I'm Rishi.
Hi, Rishi.
Probably we can do the group by and then we can merge it.
Probably we can do the group by and then merge. You will group by based on what?
So name.
Name, okay. You will do the group by based on name. But what I need the group by to happen on the country, right? Because I want how many employees are from India and how many employees were. You're very close, but okay. Okay, Rishi, can you tell me if you're very close? I would say. If not, then probably I need to pass it to him. Okay. Yes.
C code. You have to group by on C code, and then get the name of the country. So.
But once again, let's have a big round of applause for your name, please.
Nizam. My name is Nizam.
Sorry.
Nizam.
Nizam. Yes. So he said, okay. So I am doing merge and then I'm doing group by. This is the data that can be country. There are only 2 countries, right? So I can perform the group by on this table based on the country code. So for example, do the filter, then perform a group by. Okay, for 1 there is 3, for 2 there is 1. Now can do the mapping on the merge. 1 means India, 2 means Japan or something, right? And that will make it much more better because merge cost will be less. Only 2:2 merging will happen. So that is once again the very important thing. And this is the way I encourage you to understand or think when we go for large scale data processing. Yes. Okay, now let's try to explore some of the pandas alternative in this area and some of the important one in this. I believe Spark is something that all of the present are here from the data science background. Spark you know, right? Spark we all know probably. Dusk, how many of you know about Dusk? Wow, great, of course. How many of you know about Modin? Or at least have heard about the term Modin? Okay, Kalyan, of course. How many of you know about DuckDB? Oh, great. And how many of you know about Polars? Polars, Kalyan, of course, he presented, yes. So now to understand that, these are the pandas alternative and they try to solve the major 2 problem that is there in pandas. One is not being multi-threaded or multi-processed. So we can use the available core or available nodes that is possible in all this library. Second is query optimization. By default, pandas is eager. What does that mean? That means it doesn't perform any intelligence. Whatever I request it to do, it will do right after taking my request. I ask, dear pandas, please load the data and sort the B column. It will load the entire data and sort the entire data by B column. It doesn't perform any intelligence. That means it's eager. These are the library that does lazy optimization. What's lazy optimization? I will talk in details in my workshop probably because this is very limited time. But these are the library that solve this. Which one to use when? The Spark does modeling of the library mainly for the distributed data processing. If your data is too big to fit into the memory, probably you can go for that. Spark is a choice for the SQL. If you're very familiar with the SQL, probably you love. Probably you can think, okay, Spark is for you. And if you're from the Pandas background, Dask and Modin are somewhat compatible, so you can find them good for you. DuckDB polars are the libraries which are doing pretty good in the terms of single node computation. Again, DuckDB is something that comes with a SQL interface. Probably, if you're familiar with, comfortable with, you can find it good. Polars is a Python, and it has provided a Python interface, but it's not compatible with Pandas. And if you want to speed up your Pandas code, you need to learn polars and rewrite everything. So a lot of migration cost is involved. And that is the motivation where we develop FireDucks. It should give you top class performance like in DuckDB polars. Although without modifying any code, it's that compatible with pandas. So how compatible and all, I'll just give a small demo because of limited time, but in workshop, I'll cover with a lots of hands-on. Okay. So, okay, and I am left with, okay, 14 minutes. So let's have a quick introduction about FireDucks. It's the Fire terms as flexible IR engine. IR is something called intermediate representation. So it's a compiler for data frame. We have compiler for language, it's a compiler for data frame. So instead of executing a data frame operation, it creates some kind of intermediate representation for each query, and then it optimizes it and execute it. So this high performance data frame library with a compiler that does multi-threading, that does just-in-time optimization. It offers both the lazy and eager model. By default, it is lazy. That means it can do optimization, it can do multi-threading, and it can do first layer execution. The important thing is ease of use. If you know Pandas API, you don't need to learn it. It can easily plug to any library that Pandas work with, like Seabird, Matplotlib. Features, first thing, it's lazy. Okay, so instead of executing right after you ask, dear FireDucks, do this for me, I will do it only when you need it. So it will take a note of it. When you need the result, it will perform some optimization, and the optimized code will be multi-threaded, executed in multi-threaded environment, and that is something that will give you the lightning first data analysis experience. And if you're running on the cloud cost will be reduced. And if you are someone who is very passionate about the environment, and like it will help you to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And if you love pandas, you don't need to learn new thing. It's fully compatible. Okay, why and how? Again, workshop, or you can come to my booth. I will discuss. Okay, let's understand the usage. So it's simply can be installed using pip. Instead of import pandas, you can use fireducks.pandas. That is the only thing. The rest your code will be same. Now you can tell me, Saurabh, you said me zero code modification. So if I need to change the import, how can it be zero? For that, we have some kind of monkey patching thing that is we call import hook. So maybe you have a program with import pandas and you have other module that is important, and those module internally import pandas. All pandas do you need to manually change? No. Just pass -m option, -m followed by FireDucks pandas. No code changes. It can speed up your existing program. I will show you a quick demo for that. For notebook or IPython kernel, what is the way? You can simply add this extension, %load extension, fireducks.pandas. Your entire notebook can remain same, and you will see the speed up. Okay, let's have a quick demo because I cannot have much time on this. So what I did is I prepared something based on Newark taxi data set, and there are some sort of, like, you see, I think it is visible. Let me still make it a little zoom. Okay, visible, a little. I think visible from the back side also. Okay, so it is trying to import pandas, of course, and it is trying to load a Parquet file using the method called readParquet. Then it is trying to perform three query. For example, which is the most commonly committed vehicles in the US state, and what is a vehicle body type that is involved in most of the parking violations. So some kind of pandas computation, you can see it is doing the group by, doing the sorting and chain of operation, and on which day there are most of the parking violation happened, and finally it is showing you the execution time. So since it is written in pandas, simply what I can do, I can execute it something like, okay, let me execute, and it is being executed using pandas 2.2.3. Data loading is taking around 2.12, query 1 2.8, query 2 1.86, query 3 is being executed, and overall it will take around 11 or 12 seconds. That's fine. How can we accelerate pandas, pandas? So first of all, install it. So I already have installed, so let's not, so what I will do, I will add some -m option, right? And this is -m followed by fireducts.pandas. No code change, just add this and see what is happening. So around 11.7 seconds become 459 milliseconds. So this is the speed that you can get without any code modification from Fireducts. So this is what a sample demo, but when you talk about the benchmark, and I have 9 minutes, okay. So when you talk about some benchmarks, we'll show the benchmark, of course. But let us also discuss, okay, so why Fireducts is faster than pandas, faster than other alternative. I'll talk about it as well if I get a little more time. Anyhow, so first two things we understand, right? It is multi-threaded. So first problem in pandas is solved using the multi-threading. Second problem of pandas is solved using the lazy optimization with the query optimization. Third problem is it is written in very close to the metal in C++ with the patented algorithm. So all the algorithm, the group by, filter, sort, read, everything is written in C++ from scratch, and that makes difference. How you can ensure that? So for that, probably this is a simple code. This is a simple thing. I am reading a CSV file, doing a sort and projecting the column and getting the result to be printed. When this is executed in pandas, it took around 46 seconds. Now, what I said, Fireducts is multi-threaded, Fireducts is lazy. Can we make it single-threaded? Can we make it eager? Yes. How it can be make it single-threaded? By simply using the popular environment variable OMP num threads. We can use and set 1 to make it single-threaded. How it can be eager? By default lazy. How it can be eager? Just we can pass an environment variable Fireducts flags equals to -- benchmark mode. There are other ways also. Of course, you can look into the web page where you can get the details, but this is the simple way. Now see, this is single-threaded and eager. This is single-threaded and lazy. Single-threaded, multi-threaded eager, multi-threaded lazy. This is the default performance. By default, if you don't configure anything, this is something that you get, and you can see the benefit. So of course, it is there. But now, can any one of you tell me what happened, probably what might happen here that make the eager to lazy to get such a speed up? Multi-threaded can be understood. Increase the core, get it parallel, speed up is possible. But what eager to lazy brings that's a speed up in this case? Anyone can guess? Okay, for example, consider I'm requesting this to you. Dear sir, ma'am, please load this data. Sort the data by the amount column and find top 10 from SSN column and save the result. If you understand my entire query, how you would do? Okay, will you follow one by one instruction, or would you like to do something that can be used to understand what is the lazy thing that happened over here? Anyone probably? Okay, new face, of course. Yes, sir. Filtration. Once again, what is filtration means? Okay, remove the row that is not needed. But are you talking about the row filtration or column filtration? Probably. Can you please be specific what filtration you're talking about? So is there any filter that happens for you? But here, is there any filtration in this code? So I'm talking from this code perspective, right?
Hello.
Short of what? Just a minute, sir. Okay. Okay. Let me take another answer also. If it's not close, then maybe you. So yeah, you have raised the one. Can I have
Yeah.
the mic? Yes, please.
So as that time is decreasing, I'm thinking like there is a parallel processing going on.
Okay, 1 minute, ma'am. Do I have 5 minutes or? Okay. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah. As the time decreased tremendously, I'm thinking that the steps which are happening there are parallel processing. So
No, please see. Look at here. So this column is for single threading. This is single threaded. This is single threaded. Difference is this is eager. This is lazy. So no parallel processing here. Parallel processing and eager is here only. Okay. So this speed up is from some optimization. What might be that optimization? Sir was very close. So I want if someone else. Yes. Yes. Probably that green shirt. Yeah. You want you. The you. Yes. Yes.
Does it start processing even before loading the entire data into the memory?
Yeah, of course. Why not? Because the data is in disk. So I have even my freedom to do optimization starting from data loading. So, yes.
Lazy means probably that, right? You're not loading the entire data, but you're already starting to process it. So
what would you do, sir, in that case? You are again very closer to him, but please, I want the exact answer, and I have 4 minutes, please.
Okay, no.
Yeah, but you're very close, so you can tell me now. It can do the optimization loading, but loading of not whole data, but
parts of data.
Which are the part of data for this query? That is about.
Okay, so first sort values it has to load. These two columns,
Yes, that was the answer that I was expecting.
Okay.
Since it only needs these two columns, which are the two columns?
Amount and
SSN. That is something that will be done here. So for pandas and fighters eager, it will load entire data, it will sort entire data, select SSN, save it. But when I'm lazy, I have freedom to optimize. I can say, okay, I only need amount and SSN. So why I will load all the data? I will load only those two columns, perform the sorting and store. That is why it is much faster. Let's once again have a big round of applause for
Nizam.
Yeah. I do already have shared, right? One. So maybe this is for you, sir, then. Who was very close? I said yes. May I know your name? Sorry? Google? Okay. So please. So the last one, and I have 3 more minutes. Okay, do I have something? Okay, there is something optimization feature, a lot of features are there, and with hands-on, I don't have time to cover it here. So just quickly, let me tell you, there are 2 layers. One is the compiler, another is the multi-threading. So compiler provide you the optimization like a compiler does, like common sub-expression elimination, date code elimination, constant folding. There is domain-specific, data frame domain-specific optimization. There is pandas tuning, parameter tuning in pandas. Probably something you tried or probably tried something that you would love to try. Anyhow, this is something offered by Firedux in the compiler layer. In the backend, it is multi-threaded, of course. It does manage memory very well using the Apache Arrow, of course. And the kernels are retained in the patented algorithm, so this makes it faster. I can take example and hands-on of each of these in my workshop, so looking forward to your presence there. And if not workshop, come to my booth. It is in 7th floor. I'd love to interact and share whatever insight I do have. Want to understand from your side as well. Okay, these are some benchmarks. Okay, and this is a benchmark from TPCH. TPCH is very popular during transactional data analysis, where we tried 22 queries using polars, DuckDB, Firedux, and how to rate the graph. This showed the speed up from pandas. So you can see all these libraries showed good speed up, but on average, polars was 58 times faster than pandas. DuckDB was 199 times faster than pandas, whereas Firedux, without any code modification, can help you to speed up 141 times faster from this benchmark. Now, what about the scalability? I said that it is multi-threaded, and I have some yellow card, I think. I took 2 minutes, okay? Okay, since it is multi-thread, probably you can ask me how does it scale? Pandas, it should not scale, of course, because it's not multi-threaded. Polars, it scaled well, but after some time, I saw that there's a flat, right? And DuckDB Firedux scale very well with the number of code that I increase. So if you have a very good system, you can get very good performance, of course, from the multi-threading. And there is another benchmark called DB benchmark. Again, one of the popular benchmark, many library benchmark their algorithm on top of this thing. When I compared, Fireducks was on top of it. We can discuss more in booth and workshop. With that note, there is something, let's keep at. You can come to booth, and because I don't have time, I want to send something. Okay, these are the resources. Website is there, GitHub page is there. We can raise your query or whatever it is. You can join our Slack channel. I'd love to. I believe all of you have the pamphlets in your bag that has all the links. Okay, and we are running a blogathon campaign. So probably if you are keen about writing blogs, comparing the performance between library, do participate here. The top 100 blogs will be awarded. So that is something that is happening, and I request you, although there is not much time left, but still you can do and you can share a beautiful insight out of it. For today, I have prepared something, Pandathlon. So there is a simple problem that you can find by scanning this QR. A simple pandas program is there. It is not optimized. I want you to think how you can optimize it. The first top 10, this is open till 4:30 today. So the top 10 good optimization from execution time memory will be awarded with some beautiful goodies. With that note, thank you so very much. And I have one more pass. So probably someone who raised your hand but was close, I said, who want to attend it? Can I have a hand? Okay, the first hand come from there. So may I know your name, please? May I know your name, please? Okay, so can you please pass this to him? And that is the end of my. Although I'm sure that I don't have. I have one. Let me take a QA. And if there are a lot of questions, I can come, request them to come to my booth. Yes. Is there any questions that you want to ask me right now? Okay, please. Who? Okay, please, sir.
So you are telling like Fireducks is very much efficient, right? Are you using any GPUs?
Okay, so there is GPU version as well. Okay, but so far whatever benchmark I talk about is only for CPU because I'm comparing pandas. So I want to make it fair. So all this performance is based on CPU, but when it comes to GPU, the comparison target will be NVIDIA QTF.
It will be very, very less, right? When you use the Hopper or Blackwell of NVIDIA.
Sorry?
When you use the architecture of Blackwell or Hopper for this Fireducks, it will be very, very efficient, right?
Yes.
It can decrease the time.
Yes.
More
So now it is better with optimization and multi-threading on CPU. With optimization on GPU, it can run much faster. Okay. So I would appreciate you come to my booth and let's discuss the details. Anything else? Although I don't have time, shall I make it a close and ask them to come to my booth, or you allow me to take 1-2 more questions? One. Okay. One more questions. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Why this pandas and Fireduck API same?
Why they are same? So that is, I talked, right? So I didn't, when we thought of developing it, we don't want the people to bear the migration cost. So you may have many large application that is written in pandas. That is what the industry have, to be honest. So when they want to migrate to any library, that they need to modify the entire code. So we mock the API. Down the line, everything is different. Everything is C++ and all the code is written differently. There is no pandas dependency. We just mock the API such that if you want to try Fireducks, you don't need to learn a new API. The same pandas program can be readily migrated and optimized. That is the need. We kept the API same with pandas.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. So with that, let's have a big round of applause for all of you for the attendance session, and do come to my booth and do take part in this, and let's interact more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It is very insightful and interactive as well. I can see many people were interacting with him, and I should agree to the fact that you did seed, drop a seed in many of our minds, because even the concept that you have explained is very new for me as well. And thank you so much, sir, for that. Do you guys know what the next session is? We're going to have a technical session, right? Illa. So we are going to have a networking section again. So take 10 minutes of time, guys. Back to the seminar hall in 10 minutes. Have a good time.
The mission of Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone. But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
Yes. Classes, approximate 1.5 lakh. Yes, I paid 5 lakhs.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
They said they were job guarantee something.
Yeah.
After completing the course, he has been jobless for 1 year.
I still do get email saying that you refer someone, you get 20,000.
We wanted to do something about it because we care about the humble aspirants. And we did. We launched a scam awareness campaign that prevents them from falling for edtech scams.
When I actually completed my master's and I came out and I didn't get a job, that's when I came across Codebasics.
One of the coaching centers was offering him a data analyst course for 2 lakhs. I simply told him just don't fall for the scam. Just go for the Codebasics bootcamp only.
Someone said Codebasics shall become the most loved learning platform on planet Earth. I think we are getting there. The mission of Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone. But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
Yes. Classes, approximate 1.5 lakh. Yes, I paid 5 lakhs.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
They said they were job guarantee something.
Yeah.
After completing the course, he has been jobless for 1 year.
I still do get email saying that you refer someone, you get 20,000.
We wanted to do something about it because we care about the humble aspirants. And we did. Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Founder of Codebasics. Thank you, sir. So next we have Mr. Nitish Singh, founder at Campus X. Please come onto the stage, sir. Thank you. We have Tanul Singh, he's a machine learning engineer at Apple. I request you onto the stage, sir. Thank you. Next we have Karandeep Singh Grover, CEO at Atlic Technologies. Thank you for coming, sir. Next we have Megha Arora, founder and CEO at DevRel Squad. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. And lastly, we have Siddhant Pandey, AI engineer at Middleware. So let's welcome them all with a huge round of applause. So we are going to have an amazing session on data science. Thank you all. Stage is yours.
All right, folks, let's sit down. All right, so as you know all, this is a panel discussion for AI and data science, and you might have a lot of questions. So what I did is, a couple of days back, I posted on YouTube community. I got some questions from people, so we are going to use some of those questions. And also, we have a few other questions that we have prepared. At the end, you will also get a chance to ask questions to these different people. So we have a set of experts here. Later on, when you're asking a question, you can direct your question to a specific person. And for that, you will need to know about those experts, okay? So I will have these people introduce themselves. So first, we will start with Megha. So why don't you tell about yourself, what do you do, like what are your interests, and so on.
it's not working. Yeah. So I'm Megha, and I usually frequent at tech meetups and conferences in Hyderabad. So how many of you already know me or have seen me in events? Okay, I see a few hands up, so I'm happy. So I'm Megha Arora. I have about 13 years of experience in engineering, and then I moved to developer advocacy. And then finally I thought I'll just do DevRel as a service consulting agency. And as per Grok and ChatGPT, we are pioneering this in India. So do you know about developer relations? Someone raised a hand. Can I make them? Yeah. If you could just define developer relations for me.
You can just stand up and just say like.
Okay. It's okay. I'll just answer it myself. So I've learned to explain it in layman's language. So if you want to sell a t-shirt or a jeans, right, you can do traditional ways of marketing. But if you have to sell a software to a developer, you cannot say 2 kilo database le lo. So that is what developer relations is. Before developer marketing, we do a lot of set of activities to actually show the value proposition to developers for any software. So that is what developer relations is. That's it.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Tanul. I work as a machine learning engineer at Apple. My daily job is basically do research and development of new machine learning models. My area of, so I work completely in code research domain, and my area of research is parameter efficient fine tuning. I don't know if you have heard of it. Also embedding models, multimodal embeddings. And the project that I'm currently working on is called what we call a reversal curse of LLMs. So yeah, that's me.
Hi guys, my name is Nitish and I run a YouTube channel by the name of CampusX, where I put videos around data science, machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Karandeep. I guess some of you might have seen me in Dhaval Bhai's post as well, either on LinkedIn or YouTube. So I'm the CEO at Atlic Technologies, and what I usually dabble with is businesses as well as the AI team. So people come to me and ask like, I want to build this in AI, or I want to build a product which is AI powered. What I like to do is take them apart on that thing, but I guess there would be more to it in my conversation, which is coming up next.
Hi everyone, I am Siddhant. I am an AI engineer at Middleware, where I empower observability with AI. So my daily job is building agents that help users navigate through their observability data. Apart from that, I'm also an open source enthusiast. So I build small tools which are mostly focused on learning. So I build tools that any student or any enthusiast can, go through, check the code out, and understand complex technologies.
All right, thanks for the introduction, everyone. We'll start with our questions now. The first question is related to that reality layer that we saw in the keynote. Karan deals with a lot of AI projects. He talks with clients. So I would like to ask you, Karan, mention 1 or 2 projects that you are working right now in terms of the technology used and in terms of outcome created.
I'll start with something which is very relevant to what a lot of people are doing, and I'll share how we are doing it differently. So everybody has seen like how chatbot works, especially using LLMs. Now the problem that Hem and Dhaval discussed earlier was there is a lot of issues with hallucination, trust, facts, and whatnot. So we have a client which is working in communication space in US. What their problem is, they have built and shipped a chatbot to production. Now, if you go and ask the chatbot, how do I do this? The chatbot is simply going to send a link towards their FAQ probably, and maybe not even like put in efforts to write it down like a human would. Now, this creates a distrust between the users and the business. Why? The chatbot should have like actually solved their query, but what it is asking you to do is go put in some efforts. Would you like a chatbot like that?
know, right? So this is something that we are solving for a business recently. What we are trying to do in this case is, how can they check for every customer query how the facts or relevancy is being answered by the LLM or not? And again, like, is there a chance that this is hallucinated answer or not? So these are a couple of things we are catering right now. Again, the implementation is around GCP. We are using Dialogflow APIs. We are also also using AWS to automate certain of those things. Again, everybody loves LangChain. We dabbled a bit with it, but we're shifting gears and using certain basic open source tech.
I'm glad you mentioned Dialogflow because I also get this question that LLM has come and is Dialogflow dead? Or GenAI has come, is statistical machine learning dead? And the usual analogy I give is, let's say you are driving in Hyderabad traffic, or let me give you a better example, Bangalore traffic, okay? So you're driving in this crazy traffic, will you take car or bike? Probably bike, right? It's lightweight, it helps you navigate faster, easy to maintain. So there are problems where you don't need to use GenAI. You can use statistical ML. You don't need to use sword to cut a lemon, right? You can do it with a knife. All right, now the same question I would like to have you answer in terms of like projects you have been working on, technology, outcome created, etc.
So in my previous company, which used to be Level AI, it was working in the customer success domain. So we used to get a lot of agent and customer data. So in that, it is very tough to basically evaluate an agent, right? If you are a company like Uber, who is like having thousands and thousands of agents, you just have like 1-2 managers on top of it. So evaluating every agent is very hectic, and you cannot do that. So what we were building is we were not building, we built it actually. So we built a solution which, given a set of rubrics which a company follows to evaluate an agent, we were automatically evaluating those agents for them. So it was a very tough problem to crack in the first place because every client has a unique set of rubrics. Every question is unique, and you cannot just keep retraining the model, right? Because you cannot just take a 7 billion model and try to retrain it every time. So we have to basically train a model which was able to answer out of the box questions in the like directly on the go. So it was trained on some data, but it was able to answer on other data as well. So I found that very cool, and we also filed a patent for it. So yeah.
Okay, you want to mention any technology specific tech stack you use?
The technologies that we use, again, LLMs, because it was a question answering system. So what I'm talking here is, let's say you might have heard, right? This call will be recorded for quality and training purposes. Those calls used to come to us, and given that conversations, we used to analyze how the agent did. So there were many questions. Did the agent greet the customer? Did the agent was the agent empathetic during the call? Did the customer ask for a supervisor escalation, etc., etc.? So the technologies used was LLM. We used a Mistral model. It is an open source large language model, and we basically instruction tuned it on our set of data, which again we use ChatGPT to generate that data. So that came in handy. And then after instruction fine tuning, we also did a RL, reinforcement learning step, where we aligned the model to follow instructions more using a technique called DPO. So yeah, those are techniques.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to the second question. And this got the highest vote in my YouTube community post. The question is, companies are hiring only experienced folks for AI roles. This is the perception. How can a fresher enter this field? I will ask this question to Siddhant because Siddhant was a software engineer. Then you are an AI engineer now. So what's your take on this?
So companies do hire fresher, but they need to see your credibility, whether you have worked on some complex projects or not. So what you need is a proof of work. So I would encourage freshers to participate in events and hackathons, build projects, and learn how to scale them, and then apply to companies. So companies do reach out to you if you share your work, and if you keep build in public and build a public profile and keep sharing your work. A lot of my friends that I know from Twitter and LinkedIn, they have been approached by companies because they write blogs, they share whatever they have built on these platforms. So first thing that they can do is build a social profile and have a proof of work, good portfolio, push all your work on GitHub or Hugging Face, and just showcase it to the world.
I think you are referring to Himanshu probably when you were mentioning the blog, etc. Right? I think he's working.
There are a lot of people, not just him, that I know personally of. Yeah, but Himanshu is one of them.
So what's your take on that, Karan?
I believe Dhaval and Siddhant covered a lot of them, but I'll start with a story. So there was this guy called Fauzan who was working from Bengal, and we hired him when he was in the second year. Now, why? He was building in public. I saw one video that he posted on LinkedIn, and he was talking about how he did this, how he did that. He actually showed people like how you could do something similar. This talks about a very big gap, which is the gap of visibility. If you're not visible, you won't be hired. I was not even looking for that position at that point, but just because I stumbled upon somebody, I reached out, the team conducted the interview, and we hired that person. As Siddhant said, as Dhaval said, you need to have social credibility. But the second gap that you also have to overcome is mindset gap. A lot of freshers, a lot of junior people, even a lot of senior people don't focus on the mindset that they need to have in like being an AI engineer. I have had a conversation with somebody who said that they're frustrated just because their organization is forcing them work with GenAI APIs. The mindset is to train a model, to work on a tech, and not solve a problem. This mindset could also unlock a lot of opportunities for you. So if you have a right mindset, if you are visible enough, getting a job or say scoring a job from the market is not a hard thing.
And that's a natural segue into my next question for Megha. So Megha, you have been an evangelist for community building for many years. And you also work with some of the big tech companies, Microsoft and Apple and MongoDB, etc. So for AI and data folks, I'm talking about aspirants as well as the professionals. What tangible benefits they get when you are doing community participation, like attending this event or open source contribution, Kaggle, etc.?
Sure. So I think I'll talk about the mindset gap. And I had the exact words when you were answering, and when you said the word mindset, oh my God. So my answer has been stolen. But no, no, was just kidding. Sorry, I'm a little sarcastic and funny and witty at times. So you have to bear with me. But mindset gap, not only what gentleman mentioned here, but also on the abundance mindset. That is where India is the fastest growing developer ecosystem. But we are still, not using OpenAI banking APIs, which my friends in UK are using. We are treated as second-hand developer audience still, because I think our mindset has to go to an abundance mindset. Seeing the possibilities, what is possible. For example, when I was managing a Singaporean DevRel, so some of the people, when I'll meet them in conferences or meetups, they will be like, are you coming directly from Singapore? I was like, no, I stay in Hyderabad and I manage a Singaporean based out of Hyderabad. So they are like shocked. They don't believe me. They won't believe me, and they would actually confirm from Venjay, who was my reporting, and is she your manager for sure? And not only normal people, but also my influencer friends. So that is where the mindset has to grow. A lot of things are possible, and a lot of things we cannot, know at home. And there are so many platforms, but it's all scattered. What is going on in tech or what? So that is where the power of community, which I did not have in 2010. So how I am from tier 3 college. how I got into Microsoft or Apple when I always had my friends that you cannot get into these kind of companies. I went to a lot of interviews, flunked those interviews, flunked a lot of Amazon interviews per se. So, but no shame in failing because I could network with a lot of great developers who could tell me the resources that, okay, use this, use that, these are the things you need to learn. I was from electronics and communication background. I joined Samsung as a fresher. There was a lot of IITians, NITians. So that is where, my mindset started opening up by the network. So in 2010, I did not have these kind of conferences, developer meetups in India happening in India. And when I joined Mongo as a developer advocate, I was so happy, and I was like, I was going to meetups, and I'm talking about 2-3 years back. Very few females will turn up, and that was my passion. That I have to see more females, and even my managers from Dublin and then in US, they were like, get more females on the ground. And then now I see the community, I feel so happy, and that's where I started Devrel as an agency as well. That it meets my passion to see so many people. Like, I learned so many things as part of this panel itself. Like, you were talking about the problems you are solving, such innovative. People are thinking about AI will take jobs, but you were talking about what different fields AI will create, what different roles. So the nature of jobs will change. Humans will move towards more innovative, like you filed a patent, right? So that is, I think the communities will help open up that mindset, and also help you leverage the network you build at with these communities, and stay abreast of the trends. That's it. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So let's move on to the next question. And this question I have for Nitish. So Nitish, just in case if you don't know, he has this YouTube channel, Campus X. So one day I was searching for some concept. I stumbled upon his video. I watched it and I was impressed. So I have learned from you. If you're not following his channel, please. The best part is he teaches in Hindi. I love watching videos in Hindi. So thanks for coming here. The question for you is, what are your thoughts in terms of projects people should be working on during the AI upskilling? Because that is the most common questions that we get.
So before answering the question, I would like to share something. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dhaval sir, for inviting me here. And I would like to share a very interesting thing. For me, coming to this event and seeing him physically is a fanboy moment. I was also a student of Dhaval sir. I used to watch his videos back in 2017. I still remember you released a Pandas playlist at the time. Yes. And I learned Pandas from Dhaval sir. And back then you became my inspiration ki maybe I should also start a YouTube channel and I should teach like you. So for me, seeing you like this and sitting with you, it's a big pleasure. And thank you for inviting me, sir.
Well, he's a very humble person. He has an art of transferring credit, but he deserves everything that he has.
Thank you
the credit
so
for
much.
everything he has built.
Okay, now coming back to the question. So the question is, during your AI upskilling journey, how should you select your projects? So projects are absolutely necessary. You know that, right? I feel transitioning into an AI job is a two-part job, where one part is where you actually learn the skills. You go and you learn Python, you go, you learn SQL, you go, you learn ML algorithms. And once you feel that I'm ready, now comes the second part where you build projects and show the world that you are ready to take up an AI job. So selecting an AI project, I feel, is very, very critical. So I will share a 3-point framework how, as a fresher or as a beginner, you can select a project for yourself. So the first pointer is ki, I have seen this in many students that they have this urgency of completing the beginner wala part and moving on to projects as soon as possible, because obviously there is a pressure to get a job. I feel what you should do is, when you plan a roadmap for yourself, let's say you have planned that I'll study Python for 1 month, ML for 2 months, and so on. What you should do is, you should also place small milestone projects in between. Mostly people when they talk about projects, it's mostly about a capstone project, big project that they will show in their portfolio. But I feel smaller projects, milestone projects are also important. So what you should ideally do is when you complete a module, let's say you are studying Python and you have completed it. Now, don't skip over to the next part and start learning SQL or something else. What you should do is take up a small project. Let's say something like, if I want to build a GUI that can communicate with a database, a very small project. But even by doing that small project, whatever you have learned till now will solidify in your brain. So pointer number one is, don't directly jump to the major project. During your entire journey, spread smaller projects after every concept that you have covered. That is point number one. Point number two is the capstone project, the project that will get you a job, visibility. So I feel you should select a project that covers almost everything from your learning journey. So one example could be, let's say you are building a, I don't know, YouTube sentiment analysis plugin or something like that, which will help social media creators understand their numbers, their analytics. So what you can do is you can build such a project where you will have to do machine learning to do sentiment analysis, where you have to do a lot of coding because you are after all building a Google Chrome plugin or maybe a website. Then you should not stop at just building the project. You should also try to deploy it, which means you will have to get an understanding of how cloud technologies work, how MLOps work. The basic idea is you have to select a project that should add all the learning components that you have covered till now. Now, the biggest question, how do I select a project title? So most of the questions are around this कि sir मुझे project क्या करना है समझ में नहीं आ रहा. I'm pretty sure you guys also face this issue. Can I get a raise of hand? How many of you feel this issue कि मुझे ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि what project should I build? I feel a lot of people will share this emotion. So what happens is कि mostly beginners, they do very common kind of projects like movie recommender system, or Kaggle say they pick up a lot of data sets and build projects. Now, the problem is if I'm an interviewer and I'm interviewing 100 candidates, there's a good chance that 30 people will be doing the same project. So a good framework to select a project is think in terms of problems. Like research and find out ki what companies are facing, what kind of problems are they facing. Like I'll give you one example. Let's say Swiggy is a big company, right? And they are operating at a scale of India, like huge number of orders they are serving on a daily basis. Now what you can do is you can go to their technical blogs and you can go and read what kind of problems are they facing. For example, back in 2021, I was reading their technical blogs and I saw a very interesting problem where they wrote कि हम semantic search नहीं कर पाते, which basically means कि user हमारे platform पे आ रहा है and he's searching biryani, right? But the spelling of biryani is sometimes B-I-R-Y-A-N-I, sometimes it is B-E-R-Y-A-N-I, and something it is completely rubbish. एकदम ऐसा जो आप comprehend नहीं कर सकते. Now, you have just one entry of biryani in your database. If the user types the correct spelling, dishes will be showed. Otherwise, there will be no dishes जो उनको recommend होंगे. Now, Swiggy is losing business. Now, the challenge is you have to make a machine learning model that can identify कि B-E-R-Y-A-N-I भी मेरे database का biryani है, B-I-R-Y-A-N-I भी मेरे database का biryani है. Now, this is a very interesting problem and Swiggy is facing it. Now, as a fresher, if you can work on this and if you can build something substantial and you can show it to the users, interviewers, the company, they would definitely be interested to hire you. So a very good framework to select projects is think in terms of problems. कि companies क्या problem face कर रही हैं? Problems कहाँ से पता चलेंगी? Technical blogs. कोई भी company का नाम लो, just search Uber technical blog, and you will find out what they are doing in terms of their engineering, and you will get a lot of project ideas from there. So I hope I answered the question.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, that was a good answer. So yeah, Tanu, you want to add something?
So very, very, very great point at the end that for selecting the projects. One thing I would just like to add on top of what Sir already said is, I think India is not really using Kaggle as it is meant to be. It has a lot of potential, but I think I have seen, especially in India, people using it just as a dataset platform. It's not a dataset platform. It's a learning platform from where you can learn everything. So take me for an example. I am just a mechanical engineer. I go by the name of Mr. Know Nothing, which means I just don't know anything. And I've learned every bit of every single concept from Kaggle itself. You just have to use it proper. People are so afraid that I don't have GPUs. That mindset problem that you mentioned. I don't have GPUs. I will not win competitions. Bro, you don't have to win competitions. You're there to learn. You know, in your lifetime, you'll not meet those people who are competing there. They are PhDs from big UCL, UCLA. They are from Ivy League colleges and they share notebooks. All you have to do is click simple fork, run their code line by line and understand what it is doing. So just, I would like to emphasize on this, don't be afraid of Kaggle. No matter what the competition is, go in. At any point in time, you have the full power to analyze the data. That will help you understand what pandas is, what NumPy is. At any time, you can simply run a backpropagation that will help you understand what PyTorch is, what optimizers is, etc. So at any point of time, just take any good notebook, fork it, run it line by line, try to understand what it is doing, and make use of Kaggle. You can talk to people, build a very nice community, and it's the best thing apart from his channel for us and Dhaval's channels for us to really learn. That's
amazing point, Tanul. And just to summarize, so Tanul was a mechanical engineer. He was participating in Kaggle and he had some reputation like Kaggle. He was Kaggle Grandmaster. Just based on that, he got a job as an ML engineer. Now he's working in Apple. So Apple ML engineer having no formal data science degree or computer science degree. So that shows the power of online credibility. Give him big hands. All right, now next question is for Siddhant. Since you transitioned from software engineering to AI engineering, I would like to know what are the 3 tangible steps anyone can take to transition?
Yeah, so a lot of software engineers, they already know, like, it is their job. They know programming, they know how to work with programming languages. Now, at that time, when they are trying to transition, initially what should they do is they should just tinker around with some models and frameworks. For example, try OpenAI API, build a small project with it. And like the speakers before me, they have already mentioned how to learn and how to build projects. Tinker around first and get the feel of it. After you have gotten the feel of it and built some small projects, you will be comfortable with it. You can explore some topics as you go and as you learn. And once you have built 3 or 4 small projects, now it's time to dive deep into it. So revise your high school mathematics a bit, because machine learning and AI engineering is deeply dependent on linear algebra, probability, etc. So revise those concepts, and now you can dabble with PyTorch and other libraries and learn about the concepts thoroughly. Once you have these 2, what you have to do is you have to build a good large-scale project that covers everything from data pre-processing to deployment. Once you have that, you can, these are the 3 steps. Now you can reach out to people or hiring managers who are looking for an AI engineer and share these projects with them. That I have built all these things, and that would be make it a lot easier for you to transition from software engineering to data science. So as an AI engineer, what I felt is AI engineering is only 20% AI and the 80% is all engineering. So when I build agents, mostly what I have to manage is the data flow, how I'm passing on the data to LLMs, and how I am processing the data that is generated by the LLMs for further processing or further iterations. So that's my answer.
All right, thank you for that. On a relevant note, I see many people here today who wants to become AI engineer or who wants to grow in their career. So there is something that Karan has to share on that topic.
So what Etlik is doing is we are building a talent pool. It's even relevant for people who have certain experience and who are trying to branch out into a consulting or freelancing career. So what we are doing is you might go to spin wheels either on 5th floor or 7th floor. You'll find a QR code. You could scan it and fill up the Google form. If you're into data, analysis, data engineering, or AI, you could like fill the form relevantly up, and we would be hiring for certain people in future in coming months. But we also actively work with different consultants and freelancers. We also like from time to time get openings for interns as well. So that would be your opportunity to be a part of our talent pool, and of course we could work together in future.
We also keep looking for engineers. We have some internal tools, and we are also making B2D platform. So we are looking for some interns as well as full-time engineers. So please get in touch. Yeah. We have started hiring from hackathons because of that resume problem. Like most of the students are building the same thing. So yeah, I just wanted to cover that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. We also, by the way, hired so many of our Codebasics team members through our resume project challenge. So similar to Kaggle, we also conduct a challenge on our own platform. And many of our team members who are working with us, they are from those competition. So winning those competitions can be a great way for hiring. So in the interest of time, I have still 2 more questions, but what I would like to do is give you all an opportunity to ask the questions. So once again, I will summarize. So Megha is a community building evangelist. She has worked with Microsoft, Apple. Tanul is with Apple, mechanical engineer to AI engineer transition, a lot of interest in research, file a patent. Nitish sir, of course, you all know him, so you can ask anything, any questions related to education side of it. Karan, CEO of Atlic, and Siddhant, AI engineers. So we'll have an open mic now. So yeah, let's open it up for the questions. Okay, so we'll go. All right, so I would like to take question from that person. Yes.
Hello, Dhaval sir. I am a big fan of your teaching. So, is data structures and algorithms required for data engineering, data science role?
So he works in Apple, right? So if you are hiring an engineer at Apple, you ask data structure questions?
Yeah, we do. So it depends from, this is the advice I give to everyone, and I think you'll agree on this, that as a fresher, you're not really asked a lot, right? All we ask from people who are fresher is, do you know what you know, whatever have you worked on, be it anything, is it unique? And have you worked it on yourself, and do you know it completely end to end? Right? It's not like we will ask you, you know MLOps, you know deployment, you know the model and everything. No. If you have just worked on a simple problem, let's say, you analyze, it has to be unique to basically let us know that you are good at it. And if you have caught our attention, all we have to look is this project, do you know everything from on it end to end? For example, at the time when I was a fresher, I built a thing called Humor AI, which basically tried to complete every sentence in a joke form. So any sentence you give it tried to complete it in a joke form. So all I was asked about in all the interviews was, how did you build it? What losses do you use, etc., etc. There was no other questions. So if you are giving an interview for a startup, or let's say a mid-sized company, and you are specifically applying for a data science role or a data engineer role or a machine learning engineer role, you won't be asked data structures and algorithm. At least that's what the current norm is. But if you are going for FANG or big companies, then DSA is a must. So again, that's how it is in the industry. So you'll have to like choose what you want to do, but you can definitely get a machine learning job without DSA. At least I got it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You can take next question. So we'll go in the back. The other person who is standing, check shirt.
Hello.
Okay, you can ask the question.
Okay, so so my question is something like AI, for example. So it's been almost November 2022, right? The ChatGPT came into existence. But since then, so we have not actually built a single LLM model like India. So still we are actually in the service kind of thing, and then see look at DeepSeek and something actually is coming.
I share that feeling. So
please,
that's a common feeling. Even I thought that way. And see, there is a reason why that is happening. So we are still in a stage where we see, if you talk about DeepSeek, right? China has advanced economically, talent-wise, etc. I mean, India has a lot of talent, but we're still I think like we are kind of still behind. Like, so if you think about China 10 years back, probably we are at that place. The research is happening. There are like AI for Bharat, right? And there are a lot of other initiatives. And we at Codebasics are also starting our research wing. So it will be Codebasics Research Wing. Okay. And we will be, building this initiative to research and collaborate with people across the India, as academia, private organization, and individuals. So I think that feeling that you have, many people are having it. And that will give rise to almost this movement where we will see the next model coming out of India. It may take 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. See, the research requires a lot of patience and investment.
Yeah.
So that, I think that willingness is not there. So if you think...
Yeah, apart from that, like, see, for example, suppose when I search about any model like Mistral and all kind of thing, they do not actually focus only on the technical part. Like, for example, linguistic. Because the AI journey is all comes from the linguistic. Like, for example, semantic structure, what we're talking about. So there are many philosophers, like analytical philosophy is one of the thing. So which is driving force to actually, to understand the mission subjectivity. So then that is completely locked here in India, because we are actually seeing AI is only the technical thing. But AI is something actually which is apart from the technical aspects. Like, for example, about DeepSeek, when I search about them, so there are many linguists. So they understand, the language in a different way, and they try to actually, so that is hume, for example, expressions and all. So this is completely locking in India. Like, this is what exactly I'm observing it. So I think you have some take on it.
Yeah, I mean, totally share your feeling. But I hope that thing changes in next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Sorry. For the same thing, there's an initiative taken by Government of India recently. They have started building India's own LLM. They have started hiring, and also I think a lot of posts were around VC funding, like how they qualify. So even that needs to change. The VC ecosystem needs to change. Yeah.
All right, so I think we can take probably one more question. I was just checking the schedule. Yeah. So I think we will end in like around 2 minutes. And folks, just in case, I know many of you have questions. We are around here, right? So you know all the panelists. They're here throughout the day. So feel free to ask your question. So we'll take one last question.
Yeah.
Okay, I think, yeah.
Like few years back or 2 years back, for a recommendation system, like people used to use like ML or a neural network and all. So can we say in the future for recommendation system or anything, people go to LLMs only instead of neural networks or ML algorithms? Will we have the same amount of work which we were doing in the, ML and deep learning like in the past? Like my question
is, very good question. So we face the scenario current, right, with the project that we are working on. Would you like to answer that? Because we faced exactly same situation. We had to do text classification, and we're like, okay, we can just use LLM. And LLM looks pretty good in terms of marketing. So let's say if you're a startup, if you say I am LLM Gen AI powered startup, you can ask for higher multiples when you are raising funds. So we had a little bit of pressure of using LLM, but we tackle situation differently. Karan, would you like to add something?
I won't probably add everything because my session is starting in 10 minutes and I'll be covering that. But to like just sum it up, LLMs are great, but at things they do. You could solve certain text problems and they'll do it well, but ask yourself, is that good for scale? That's the answer you should be seeking for. Once you have that answer, you'll know recommendation systems, if you talk about it, LLM might be like just scratching the surface, but if you want to actually make something for production, it's better you go back to the basics.
And the other thing is the interpretability. With LLM, interpretability might be hard in some cases, whereas if you have built simple linear regression model, it's an equation with bunch of coefficients. It's very easy to interpret. In the industries like healthcare and finance, right? We discussed this briefly during the keynote. interpretability is extremely important. So he has a presentation in about 10 minutes. He's gonna go in detail. He'll specifically talk about that use case, how we tackled it. So if you have interest, please attend this session. All right, so folks, sorry, we are out of time here. We need to be getting ready for the other presentation. Okay, we are here, like we'll be in 5th floor or 7th floor. You will find us and we can discuss in person if you have any further questions. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
I can see a few people are leaving the room. The next session will start in 10 minutes, guys. And I think many of your questions has answered, right? Right? No? Okay, if you do, guys, have any questions, you can reach out to them. They will be here. And the key takeaways that I got from the whole session is, the mindset. So even I was thinking from a different stream. I'm from a BCom, background. So I was always thinking whether it is really possible for me to get into AI. So these kind of questions were running in my mind, but I got the answer because I have seen a real example here who has made a transition from software engineer to AI engineer. And the other key items are how we can use Kaggle, and the other item that I wanted to share is we found 2 opportunities over here, right? They have openly stated that they are actually looking for people, internships. So if you guys are looking out for any internship opportunities or full-time opportunities, so you can reach out to them. The primary one is Atlic Technologies. The other one, Mama stated. So you can reach out to them, fill the forms. Okay, we're all set. I guess we have 5 more minutes left for the other session, I guess. Let me check. Okay, can someone tell me the time? It's 11:04. So we are going to 1:04. We are going to start at 1:10. Okay. Cool. May I know, who's the most beautiful person in the whole group? Beautiful. Wow. Handsome guy. Amazing. A huge applause for him. He has raised his hand. Wow. Is there any beautiful girl over here? Girl. Beautiful girl. Illa? Okay, at least handsome guy. No? Nobody? Okay, there is another guy. Wow, amazing. So other than these 2 people, nobody is the handsome or the most beautiful, right? You guys agree at least for that? Okay, let me ask like this. Who is the most ugliest person in the whole crowd? You did not raise your hand for the beautiful person. At least raise your hand. Ugliest person? Nobody? Okay. So I just wanted to tell something which is really important, guys. These days, we have been coming across so many incidents, especially happening to software employees, IT employees. So the mental strength. Mental strength is really very, very important. As a software engineers, we can see, people are into many good roles, but still their mental strength is not so strong that I've been noticing all these days. And personally, what I wanted to say in the sense, in the job place, we will be facing many intuitions. Primary intuition is, I have asked you a simple question, who's the most beautiful person in the whole crowd, and maximum 2 or 3 people has raised their hands. This shows that we are not accepting ourselves. Is that true? Because we are been born in a society where everybody tells something. Are, if you would have put a little cream on your face, manchi untav. Mukku straight, little fit, little hair straightening. All these things have been happening in our world, right? And that is where somewhere all those ideas got stuck into our mind, and we ourselves are not accepting. We may be good in our works. We may be very good in technical terminologies, but not personally, mentally, we are not so strong. So I just personally wanted to say this. Accept yourself. Everyone in the whole crowd is the most beautiful person, guys. It doesn't depend on the external appearance. It is how you treat others or how you present yourself, your thought process, your mindset. Are you guys agree with this? If we are not strong enough, how we are going to teach our kids? It's not only like we have to teach them technical things. We also teach them the basic factor. They have to accept them. Whatever the hair, okay. No hairdo, no face do, nothing. But still, you are the most beautiful person in the whole crowd. Accept, guys. Now, accept it. Hilla, okay, let me ask the question again. Who's the most beautiful person in the whole crowd? Oh, wow, so many hands raised. Yes, we are beautiful. Internally and externally. Okay. Do we have the speaker ready? Okay, now we are going to have a technical session. He's a technologist and problem solver working as the CEO at Athlete Technologies with a passion for uncovering innovative use cases for AI and data. Currently brings a tech-first mindset that enables him to seamlessly navigate across domains. So from consulting startups on growth strategies to delivering advanced solutions for SMEs, his expertise drives impactful results. So I welcome him once again on this stage. And yes, sir. So the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, Hyderabad. Is everyone sleeping or like, I don't feel the energy by the way. Is it usually like this in Hyderabad? Like it rained yesterday, right? It was quite thunderous. Let's get the flow rolling for that. Let's do a simple exercise. Who all did PT in school? Can you raise a hand? Just a small crowd. सबके स्कूल में PT नहीं होता क्या? हाँ जी? All of them, okay. We are going to do something similar. Let's do it now. Up, down, up, up, down. All set? Energy आई सब में? All right. Let's get started with the session now. All right. Ignore the time, please. We are running quite late. I'll be talking about what is AI, what does a business care about. There would be a case study as well. And how do you win in AI? Now, I'm the CEO at Athlete Technologies. I'm an AI and product advisor to both startups and some enterprises. Oh, sorry. I'm the CEO at Athlete Technologies, and I advise startups for both AI and product. I also advise certain enterprises. I've worked with more than 50 startups so far, and I'm also consulting some of them for like how they could like even shape their businesses. By the way, this is a QR code. You will also get at the end in case you want to connect with me on LinkedIn. Question. What is AI? Anybody? Nobody knows what is AI in this crowd? Sorry? Okay. Anybody else? Insights of data. Anybody else? No one? I'll go ahead. AI is how predictive models or algorithms learn from data and produce outputs or input in a way that mimics how humans would have. Simply whatever you have told. How many agree with this definition? Do you think a business would? This is not AI. For somebody, if you are thinking technically, it might be. For a business, for somebody like me, it won't be a case. Now, if we have to reframe what is AI, that's what I really like to say is, it is just a tool. When wheel was invented, back when mankind was like just getting started with these tools, it helped a lot. This was the same objective with AI. That is, make life easier. It is just a tool. It's nothing else but just a tool. So if you have to reframe the definition, it is a tool that would help a business grow. It is a tool that would help you create better products and better startups. It is a way to automate different tasks for businesses. At the end of the day, you may call AI anything. It's about giving how humans think, working like how humans think, but to improve the business outcomes. That is what AI is in reality. All with me so far? What is AI? It's just a tool. Now, what does a business really care about? Anybody? Show me some money. That is what a business is going to ask you. All businesses care about is money. Of course, some have a mission that is really core to their heart. But do you think a business could survive in this capitalist economy without money? No, it won't. Even if you have tons of investment, even if OpenAI is having like, how much investment do they have from Microsoft and other parties? Quite a lot, right? They still want it. Even if it is non-profit, they still want it. Now, business would really care about a couple of things. One being return over investment. How do you optimize it? You can increase the returns as simple as that. You could reduce the investment as well, which is another thing. You increase return, you decrease investment, simple math, ROI is increased. But in this economy, you could also improve the market perception, market valuation around a company, and that would be beneficial as well. Now, AI is a tool which would enable you to do this. Let's head on to a case study. I want this session to be an interactive session, by the way. So if I ask a question, please volunteer. That is just a humble request. Now, we had a client that we worked with. They offered back office services for a lender, like a bunch of lenders actually. The client was getting thousands of requests. They were analyzing logs and messages, and their task was to prepare some decisions out of it and like take some actions on it. Now, they wanted to automate this classification process. Simple problem. Now, what would an AI engineer do? Anybody? Make a model. Anybody else? Any specific models? Classification models, please. OCR plus classification. Anybody else? Use an LLM. Okay. Build a message classification model, maybe using BERT or any other classifier. Does business care about this? The problem is, nobody asked me if there is data or not. You need to build a classifier. If you don't have data, what are you going to do with it? Can you do anything without data in this world? They have data, tons of it actually. But do they have actionable data? Do they have labels around it? With no label, you can't do anything. BERT can be overkill. Is it true? Everybody has read at least one machine learning article which is talking about how BERT is the only solution to your text classification, then your, what is that, emotional classification, sentiment analyzer. BERT is the only solution is what people talk about. But it could be like you're bringing a rocket launcher to a gunfight. You would blow yourself up as well. Now, how did we start? We started in this particular example with LLMs, like the gentleman was asking in the panel discussion. So we started with an LLM. There were a lot of classes, more than 100 classes in the beginning. So we started with LLMs. We wrote detailed prompts. Probably that is not a prompt that you would ask ChatGPT in real life. You would simply go and ask like, how do I classify this, or maybe classify this in these categories. That prompt was probably like 700 or 800 tokens long. That is how we started, by the way. This is just the beginning. Now, this was the final outcome. We have a message, we have a black box, by the way, and then there is output. Does business care about what is in between? No, right? Do we? So what do you think it could be inside this black box? Anybody? Segmentation again, another person. Okay. I'll start. Rules, rule-based system. People don't call it AI anymore, I guess. Back when the AI evolution started, it didn't start in 2022, by the way. AI is a lot older. There are a lot of senior people that you could meet here, like Pawan is one of those gentlemen over here, and who have more than 2 years of experience in AI. AI didn't start in 2022. We go a long way back, even before this century. Rule-based systems still play a big role in simple problems, even in complex problems. Why? Rule-based systems enable you to reduce the inference cost for one. Second thing that they help you with is making it much more explainable. Do you care about explainability? Of course, everyone should. Second thing was the overkill, BERT model simply. But this was handling 40% of data cases. This was handling just 30% of it. So you can clearly see we balanced, we traded off the benefits that rule-based systems give and the inference that they like save you. And we invested some of them in, I guess there is some problem. Okay, it's solved. So, by the way, we are in the world of AI and technical problems are still killing us. So we used BERT for some part of it. Next, we used LLMs. If you look at this, we are not building just single monolithic model over here. We are building a couple of things together. We are tying them up. We started with LLMs. We then studied the data. We then introduced like rule-based systems. We then introduced the BERT-based approach. Then we introduced LLMs. It's not a simple task. It's not like you go to Google or ChatGPT and ask them, you want to build a message classifier or a document classifier. It's not how it works in industry in reality, at least places where you actually create impact. Now, there is another problem. Can anybody guess what the problem was? Data kahan tha? BERT के लिए तो फिर भी data चाहिए. Future approaches के लिए फिर भी data चाहिए. We could use an embeddings model as well. But data तो चाहिए. How do we solve that? Database is one thing. We need labeled data. We have a database, but we need labeled data. We need synthetic data. But what if synthetic data is not as accurate? You have real data. Why do you need synthetic data? You need labels. Everybody agrees? How would you get to that? Okay, but even for that, you'll need relevant data inserted in, right? You could use vector database, you could use RAG, but unless you have the labeled data for fine-tuning or any other activities, you can't do it. You have data. The problem is not data, but having unlabeled data. I'll add on. You could ask a client or a subject matter expert to verify this. Is it a good idea? Is it still a good idea? Why? Anybody wants to do this? Sit on a fine day, review maybe 10,000 records and like do it again the next one. Especially if you are a business stakeholder, would you do that? If you're a subject matter expert, would you be going through this process? How do we solve it? Please. Okay. You have 100K messages. You're going correct. The next thing would be you reduce it to 900 clusters. This is a real example, by the way, so I'm keeping the numbers realistic. We reduced 100,000 messages to about 900 clusters. Now, there was a possibility to even reduce it further, but we wanted to make it an automated process. We didn't want it to be something that can have some errors. So first of all, what we started on was, we used a simple clustering algorithm. We reduced it to 900 clusters. The classes were still 100, so there would be a lot of duplicacy. But this is to make sure your client or subject matter expert has an easy life, and you're not just constantly following up on them for, say, 3 months. You got to make some money out of it, right? You got to make it to production faster. Now, the human would review it, and now you have golden records. Now, you could go to an embedding model, you could go to BERT, you could do tons of things. Why? Now you have golden records. Now you have golden data, which is human verified. Working on a human verified data would actually make a lot of sense. You could have simply done something like this, where say you have built a rule-based system, or you have used LLM. Out of LLM, you just consider the classes that have gotten out of it to be correct. That would be a bad approach. Why? Do we expect LLM to perform 100% well? No, right? That is why you need human annotators or human laborers in place where they could help you create this thing, which is golden records. Now, what the impact could be? Quick wins. LLM use kiya. Now, it's easier to write an LLM prompt. Maybe it would take you a week if you're making a detailed one like we did. But it would be better than to wait for 3 months or 4 months for client to label the data. Second thing could be turnaround time decreased. This is a business outcome, by the way. Initially, you have humans sitting on the desk, reviewing logs, adding it to different action items and getting ahead with it. This system intended to save them some time. The inference cost reduced. How? LLMs are expensive. Right now, if you're looking at it just from the API perspective, it looks inexpensive. Why? Because you're running it in sandbox environment. The moment you take it to production, you are making, say, 1 million requests, you're going to see the real cost behind it. By the way, during the LLM inference cycle, we were actually getting like bills of $3,000 or $4,000 a month. Even more than that in some cases, but yeah. Efforts, of course, if you're saving the time, you're reducing the efforts, a client would love that. This is a business outcome that people are looking for. Revenues would increase. Why? Same team, more clients, simple math, more revenues. The expenses, of course, decrease, effort decreases, time decreases, you save expenses. The customer perception would also increase by a lot. Why? AI powered. Sabko label chahiye. Everybody needs that label that you are an AI powered company. But more than that, if you tell a client that you have sent me 100,000 messages or say 200,000 messages, it would take me a month to go through all of these versus you tell them, give me a day's time, give me 1 hour, give me a couple of hours, and you'll get the result. The customer perception shift in this case is huge, and it would actually change the way a company functions. And that is what happened. Now, these are not the impacts that an AI engineer or a data scientist usually looks at. Why? We are technical, we love to code. We want to solve technical problems. We don't want to solve business problems. This is the mindset gap that I was talking about. The moment you switch your perspective to have something like this, like you want to save time, you want to reduce inference cost, you want to decrease efforts, you want to focus on quick wins, that is when you change things. That is when you actually create an impact, and that is where your focus should be if you are in an AI team. Everybody can train a model, everybody can use prompts to do things, but can everyone create an impact in business? No, right? You have to change your mindset for that. Now let's talk about the final conclusion. How do you win with AI? I could start with some memes, but everybody knows that you need quick wins. You can't wait for 2 years before you get to production. How many of you have trained a model and it took you more than 3 months? Just one, just 3 people? 4, okay, some people are still active. How many of you trained a model which took less than a week? Was it a toy data set? No, right? But you know it yourself that it would be a rare occasion. In some cases, when you have to productionize things, you have to work a lot. Now, in the interim, is business just going to keep funding the AI initiative? Till a point, yes. After that, no. Everybody wants results. Focus on quick wins. I'm a CEO, but I'm a tech one, so I won't ask this question. But as a CEO of a non-tech company or even a non-tech CEO is going to ask for everything. Is this AI? The reasoning behind this is they could ask about it, but it would be something complicated for them. Even if you want to get your management's trust, you could work on the most complex model ever, but still not get buy-in. How do you get it? Start with the simplest and knowledgeable approaches, if at all possible. Again, if at all, because if you want to build something that is only possible with LLMs or say with complex models, you can't do it with simple rule-based systems. But if you can, do it. If you can make it more explainable, do it. If you can make it simpler, do it. Everybody was in software engineering at one point, right? At least most of us. There is one principle: keep it simple, stupid. Follow that, even if you're working in AI. Focus on cost. Everybody, of course, like I told about a $3,000 or $4,000 bill for APIs, right? Does anybody like that? No. Because at scale, it's going to be even bad. What you have to do, you have to make certain trade-offs. Whoever is an AI engineer, they know their salary already. You are probably living in a tier 1 or a tier 2 city. The company is paying you a good amount. If you're a service company, you're charging a lot more to your clients, but there is money at stake. There are two types of trade-offs that you could go for. Number one being, you give them a quick win, but inference cost could be high, but it's still lesser than what you would be paying your AI team. Why this is needed? Less investment, more returns. Second thing could be, in the long term, you can't work with this approach. Why? It's not scalable for the cost. LLMs are gonna like take your wallet away and run. If you have an Amex Platinum, they're gonna run away with that as well. You have to, in a longer term, you have to work on to build a model which you spend a lot more time on, maybe a lot more money on to develop it, but the inference is less. That is how you work on production systems and create business impacts. Again, I showed that, that black box, right? It had three approaches in between. Usually when people start with AI, what they think about is, मैं BERT use कर लूँगा, I'll use BERT for this classification problem. Why is that? That is what sells. That is what sells in the market. If you Google up right now how to solve a classification problem, nobody is going to tell you that you may need to use multiple models. Nobody would tell you that it's not an easy job. Everybody is going to tell you, use a CNN if you are working on, say, images. Use a BERT if you want to work on text. Use simple approaches, use unimodal approaches, basically. That is not the reality. Monolithics don't work in many cases. We had the same problem with this financial services client. For another client, we had to balance off three models. One was statistical, one was rule-based, and another one was a convolutional-based model. And on top of that, we had to have some static rules to get a best winner out of it, just to reduce the false positives. These trade-offs are necessary, and hence single or monolithic approach might not work in many cases, at least not in the production. Now you can see a cupcake, you can see a puppy. As humans, you could differentiate. But if you don't focus on data quality, and if you mislabel this as a puppy and this as a cupcake, you know what the result is going to be like, right? Data quality focus is something that a lot of companies lack. The example that I gave with clustering, I could have simply gone with a LLM-based answers. Would have it been good? Maybe for the test, maybe for the validation, maybe till the time the AI engineer or the data scientist is testing that model out, you would have seen the outputs. What about after that? Maybe output में यही आता कि आपने cupcake का photo डाला, वो बोल रहे कि this is a dog, this is a chihuahua. This is the last thing that I'm going to cover. But how many of you have educated your client? Any show of hands? Only one? Second? A couple of them. Education doesn't mean tell them about the tech. Don't tell them about how your BERT classifier works or how your rules work. Tell them what is possible with AI and what is not. A client is always going to expect 100%. It's not just like being a perfectionist, but it's also about being a realist. If an AI system fails, are there enough parameters or are there enough fail checks in place that would make sure that there are no real life losses? Is there any compliance that you are violating if you are using a certain AI model? If you don't know that, you have to know that. Why? Because you are also tech advocates inside your organization. You have to tell what is possible with AI. You have to tell what is impossible with AI. You have to tell where LLMs would work and where they won't. If you just keep on saying no or yes, just because you don't want to educate your client, you don't want to educate your stakeholders, it's gonna come back and bite you. That's the shortest way to fail. With that, I'll end up with one quote. Everybody loves technical excellence. But if it is not aligned with your business objectives, with your business outcomes, it is just an expensive hobby. And everybody agrees with me. Nobody is an Elon Musk sitting here. He can afford, we cannot. Sam Altman can afford, we cannot. So let's build AI responsibly with right things in mind. Thank you, everyone. You have been a wonderful audience. Do we have time for questions, or we could wrap? I guess we could take questions up in the networking session if you want. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. If anybody wants to connect with me, here is my LinkedIn profile.
Thank you, Karandeep ji. The session is splendid. Thank you so much for that. Now we are going to have a delightful session. Any guesses, guys? Which is the most awaited session. Even I was waiting from morning. And I'll be letting you know a few things. During this networking session, we have 1 hour 30 minutes. With this 1 hour 30 minutes, you can connect with your fellow attendees and have lunch. And one more thing is, we have our sponsors both on 7th floor. Please use staircase, and we also have spin games over there. Participate in that, connect with them. And as I've told, there were like opportunities open at Atlic Technologies, and there is another org, right? So please reach out to them, have some great fun, and don't regret later after wasting this time. So you have 1 hour 30 minutes. We'll see you after 1 hour 30 minutes at 3 p.m. in the same place. Thank you so much. Have fun.
Hello, today we will Codebasics to make complex topics. Hello, today we will Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun. The mission of Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone. But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
Yes, enrolled in these classes, approximate 1.5 lakh. Yes, I paid 5 lakhs.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
They said they were job guarantee something.
Yeah.
But after completing the course, he has been jobless for 1 year.
I still do get email saying that you refer someone, you get 20,000.
We wanted to do something about it because we care about the humble aspirants. And we did. We launched a scam awareness campaign that prevents them from falling for edtech scams.
When I actually completed my masters and I came out and I didn't.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5. Today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
The mission of Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone.
This life of time.
But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
We have enrolled in these classes approximate 1.5 lakhs.
It gathers round.
Yes, I paid 5 lakhs.
Each morn.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
They said they were job guarantee something.
Yeah.
But, after completing the course, he has been jobless for 1 year.
I still do get email saying that you refer someone, you get 20,000.
We wanted to do something about it because we care about the humble aspirants. And we did. We launched a scam awareness campaign that prevents them from falling for edtech scams.
When I actually completed my masters and I came out and I didn't get a job, that's when I came across Codebasics.
One of the coaching centers was offering him a data analyst course for 2 lakhs. I simply told him just don't fall for the scam. Just go for the Codebasics bootcamp only.
Someone said Codebasics shall become the most loved learning platform on planet Earth. I think we are getting there. Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
Hello, today we will learn how to install Python 3.5 on Windows. Purpose drives an individual. Vision unites people. And when passionate people come together for a shared vision, the world shall see a positive impact. With you, the impact shall amplify and enable more lives.
Here's my award, and I'm so grateful to Codebasics because I wouldn't have gotten this award if not for the bootcamp.
Simply the best, clear and easy to understand.
Hey, I want to give a big thank you to Dhaval and the Codebasics team.
Great work, Codebasics team.
I must say it is one of the best bootcamp that is available on planet Earth.
The mission of Codebasics is to make complex topics simple and fun to understand for everyone.
This life of time.
But we realized that there was another problem at hand.
We have enrolled business classes, approximate 1.5 lakhs.
It gathers round.
Yes, I paid 5 lakhs.
Each morn.
A problem that runs on a deeper level.
They said they were job guarantee something. Yeah. After completing the course, he has been jobless for 1 year.
I still do get email saying that you refer someone, you get 20,000.
We wanted to do something about it because we care about the humble aspirants. And we did. We launched a scam awareness campaign that prevents them from falling for edtech scams.
When I actually completed my masters and I came out and I didn't get a job, that's when I came across Codebasics.
One of the coaching centers was offering him a data analyst course for 2 lakhs. I simply told him just don't fall for the scam. Just go for the Codebasics bootcamp.
Let's see how you guys are performing on that. On the basis of that, we do have very interesting goodies as well. Are you excited?
How's everyone? How's the energy, folks? Yeah? How's the lunch? How many stars out of 5? 5? 3? Okay. I know you. Some of you must be missing chicken and all the stuff. I know. We just thought, let's not risk with whatever is happening right now with, all this virus and things happening. And okay, how the session so far? All the sessions you enjoyed? So okay, let me ask a question. How many of you networked, like met strangers, more than 10? Oh, more than 10 came to you. Oh, it's a charm, Riz. Okay. More than 5? Okay, that's good. 2? That should not be your friend, stranger. You know? Okay. Anybody network like 20 people? I talked to 20 new people. Oh, I know. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we thought of having this fun interactive quiz. So for those who know Codebasics, we know that we do this quite often. The Slido quiz is our trademark thing to engage with people. And so what you're going to do, you're going to take out your phone and scan the QR code, right? Which I'm going to show now. Before doing that, connect to Wi-Fi, because I heard that some network is not having a good signal here. Probably, who's using Geo? Geo? Okay. I think, do you folks have any issue with the network here? Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's something. So yeah, please connect to the Wi-Fi so that you can play the quiz. And everyone connected to the Wi-Fi? Not visible? All right. Folks, the top 5 winners, you're going to get a t-shirt, a Codebasics t-shirt. So there are people joining from online as well. And you have competition from online as well. The top 2 winners, the first 2, they are going to get a book, a physical book from Pact. It's a big, thick book that's written on Azure OpenAI. We also have the author here who will be happy to sign the book and give it to you. All right, everyone scanned? Anyone facing a struggle? Okay, Geo jeet gaya. Okay, let's see if this thing works, if your connection works. Let's give it a start. Just type something. Let's see if your connection works. Hi, sparrows. Emu. Vibe check. Copy pasting. I know copy pasting is our favorite task to do. Hi, slow. Oh. We spoke to the caterer that the food should be a catalyst. It should, kind of make people very fast. But I see the message slow. I'm going to show this to a caterer, saying like, see, somebody's feeling slow after the food, after the lunch. Guys, please check if the YouTube live stream is working well, because I feel like the audio might not be clear. Please check once. It's all sorted? Okay. Who wrote Indigo? You? Do you have an explanation for it? Why you wrote Indigo? Just like that? Acha. Okay, Jil Jiga. Okay, I see all the all the funny Hyderabadi slangs. Kilvil Pandey. Okay, that's a good name. All right, good. All right. Okay, how many of you collected the badges outside? We have been distributing the badges from the spin wheels and stuff like that. So how many badges you have collected so far? Let's see who is the winner. 6. Who got 6? Anybody here? Who types? Oh, you got 6 badges. Nice. 0. Okay. 20. Hey, who said 20? I want to check. Up? आपके पास 20 badges है? Yeah. Interesting. I'll check later. Infinite. Who? कौन infinite? कौन है भाई? Up. Because we can't count infinite, you can't just lie. Okay, in the next slide, I'm not gonna play. The quiz is gonna start actually. So we have 115 people. And yeah, I'll just give 1 more minute for any of you to join in case you're missing it. Okay. All right, the quiz is going to start from the next slide. The question number 1. So the way the quiz works is you have to answer fast. At the same time, you have to answer correct, right? The leaderboard is decided based on who's answering it first and who's answering it right. Okay, you have to do both. Fastest fingers first. Yes, we copied it from KBC. Hey, baby Yoda. 7th color for a reason. Hey, who's going to support CSK in this IPL? Oh, RCB. Guys, come on, yaar, be fair. We are in Hyderabad. Yeah, I support SRH after CSK. After MI. Who's supporting MI? Okay. Good luck. We have a match tomorrow. We'll see. Okay. I think we have 130 people. That's a good strength to start. Okay, the question number 1 on your screen. Oh no, there is one intermediate. Just type your beautiful names. Let me see. Shashank, Aryan, Nehru, Jatin, Deepesh, Kevin, Snehal, Bhumika, Danny, Avinash, Naveen, Shankar. Nice names. Gaurav. Oh. Okay. Question is going to start on your screen. Don't look here. Look into your phone screen or whatever screens you have. Question number 1. What does large refer to in the large language models? What is the context of the word large? Oh, 79%. Is it the right answer? Yeah? You know, popular answer does not mean it is right. But let's check. It's a trick question. No, I was kidding. It's the right answer. Good job. Who got it right? Oh, okay, 79%. I get it. Okay. All right, let's see the leaderboard. Yeah, Pratik. Who's Pratik? You, nice. Satvik? Oh, you copied from him? Okay. Danny? Oh, Danny. Akash? Oh, good. Shivsai? Shivsai is not here, maybe from online. Okay, you have one competitor from online. Okay, question number 2. Okay, you have been hearing a lot of AI, ML, DL, NLP, HDF, this and that. What do you make out of it? So confusing, huh? Oh, that's a split pot. Okay? It's confusing, isn't it? Yeah? But the point is to get the best answer out of the 4. And the right answer is this. Good job, 50% of you got it right. Let's check the leaderboard. Oh, again, the same fellas. Sanya, who's Sanya? Good job. Tanishk? Oh, I met you in the morning. Danny is not. Danny is here, I guess. Okay. All right, question number 3 on your screen. So we need to have some questions on data as well, isn't it? Okay. That's right. Yes, it depends on the context. And okay, same fellas. Yes, I. Krishna Chaitanya Reddy, who's that? Oh, good. Nampali Shivsai. This is an online fella, I guess. Okay. Question number 4. Oh, there is AI bot entered. Choose the most weird looking option. That is the right option. I'm giving you a clue. Oh, I see divided opinions here. The right answer is parquet. Good job. Good job. All right, Sanya, right to the top. Good job. Oh, Shivsai Monica is here. Okay, Sunil Kumar, Guram Purna Prithvi. Prithvi. Okay, good. Okay, question number 5. Easy one, easy peasy. You should all know this. What is data governance? Okay, easy one. 9 out of 10 got it right. Okay, 2% of people said preserving the data to convert it into gold. Can you please raise your hands? I would like to see this. I would like to see your face. Online, hey. It's so easy, convenient now to say, okay, jo bhi aisa hoga, online, online. Hey, we can check the data, you know. Team, please get the report. I would like to see the faces of those people. I was expecting 0% there, but it's okay. You have decided to have fun now. Anybody in the 100th rank? I would like to know who got the century today. Okay, maybe later. Okay, question number. Oh, Sanya is still topping. Vikas entered the list. Question number 6. We are halfway through. Come on, easy one. Okay, multi-model cinematic picture, the same 2%. You guys have decided to have fun. I know. Last bench folks, I kind of suspect you. No? Volunteers, please check their phones. Online, okay. Model context protocol, that's right answer. Good. And the leaderboard remains the same. Okay, now it's going to get intense. Question number 7. Okay, ACID, what does it stand for? Can't Google, you can't use ChatGPT in 20 seconds. Okay. Annual conference in data, same 2%. Guys, we are storing the data. I'm going to publish this on LinkedIn today. Okay. I want to know the 2% club. Really, please, raise your hands. All right, 7 questions are done, 5 more to go. Question number 8. What is Microsoft Fabric? Okay. I know you're all waiting for the 2% club. Oh! Guys, you guys are like now multiplying in doubles. You were 2% before, now you gathered more fans and now it's 4%. I think 2% club is getting famous. Okay. Folks, please check. I really want to see who they are. Hey, Subhash, I was joking. You can't see. There is no option. Okay, Shiv Sai. Where is Shiv Sai? Online? Oh, sad. Sanya is here. Sunil Kumar? Okay. Vikas? Okay. Prithvi is here. Okay. Good. How to become a problem solver? I don't think 2% finds this question interesting. No funny options here. Okay. 83% got it right, and the leaderboard is same. How boring question it is. Okay, we'll go to the question number 10. Hopefully it's interesting. Okay. There is something for the 4% now. %13%. My God, the trend is increasing like crazy. Guys, look at this. That option itself is wrong, but the spelling itself is wrong. There is no word like neophobia. All right. Yes, it's overfitting. Yes, if you got it right, great, good job. And oh, Ananya, you climbed to the top 5. Good job. She's, I think if you're winning this, you're winning it probably for the 3rd time, if I'm not wrong. All right, last 2 questions, the semi-final on your screen. Okay. All right. Let's see the leaderboard. Oh, almost the same. Pawan Kumar, I think it's you. Okay. That's great. Okay, final question. Final question, the very last question on your screen. Oldest tool, framework, whatever. Yeah? I know what the 2% is going to answer. Oh, now 7%. Correct, LangChain. Okay. 1%. Okay, it's an easy one. Everyone got it right. Any guesses on who is going to be the winner? Shiv Sai? The online or the AI bot, we don't know who the person is. And Sanya, okay, votes for Sanya. All right, on the count of 3, 2, 1. Drum rolls, folks. The winner is Shiv Sai. And Sunil Kumar. And Pawan. Great. Prithvi, Krishna Chaitanya Reddy is here. Okay, another online. Okay, how's the George now, folks, after this interactive quiz? You want more? More quiz? We'll do it later again. Great. So now I'm going to leave the stage off to Pawan, and we have for the first two winners, Shiv Sai and Sunil Kumar. We have the author of the book Azure OpenAI here. Could you please come onto the stage? Cheer guys, cheer for Aditya. So Aditya is going to sign the book and give it to you in the Codebasics booth outside, the two winners. Please collect it from Aditya outside the Codebasics booth. And the winners can also collect the Codebasics t-shirt at the booth outside. It will be, would you like to have a word?
Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay, cool. I'm Aditya Saladi. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft, and I've recently written a book on Azure OpenAI. I think the top two winners are getting this book today. If you're not getting, you can still buy it on Amazon. So there's an option for you. And thank you so much for attending the event. And for more such updates, you can follow me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for coming. Thank you, folks. In about 10 minutes, we are going to have a power-packed performance from Pawan. Trust me, this session is going to be really interesting. He's going to talk about a lot on LLM and agents. And so yeah, you can take a break. You can just network with people in 10 minutes, or you can just sit here, whatever you prefer. But be back by 3:30. 3:30 is the timing, right? Be back.
announcement. Mr. M.K. Pawan Kumar is a senior technical lead at OpenText, specialization in Gen AI and LLMs with 15 years of experience across ERP, insurance, aerospace domains. He holds dual master degree, an MCA from Osmania University and the Master in Data Science from BITS Pilani. I welcome Mr. Pawan Kumar to please be on the stage. A round of applause, please. I'll give you red sign.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to use this, you
can I
can use it.
Hello. Hi. So, how are you enjoying the sessions for morning? Great. Okay. So, what do you think of this? Is it a vibe coding? No. Of course, like me and my friend are thinking it's not vibe coding. Vibe coding, it's love vibe coding. So, with that, I just wanted to tell, I represent Quadrant as an ambassador, and then I'm doing my research in LLMs mitigation of hallucinations, apart from the introduction that I've got. So, without wasting much delay, let's go on to the agenda. So first, the introduction. So what exactly we are going to do, or what you are going to see on the modern day software development, because we all know that there are the vibe coding tools like Cursor, Windsurf, Klein, and all these things, and how you code using these tools, right? So, but that's a different dimension of how you code. But there is some other direction without disturbing the natural tendency or the natural flow that we are aligned from last 2 decades of time in coding journey. And the problem statement. Why actually we have come with these with one of the kind of solutions that we have been developing, me and my friend, and we'll be discussing that, and then the architecture of that particular platform or the tool that we are designing, and then we'll have a live demo as well. Okay, so how many of you are working in agents? Okay, good number. So how many of you develop chatbot agents or chatting agents, customer support, or any kind of chatting agents? Good, nice to see that. So that means most of the organizations, they have actually understood the requirement or the necessity of going into an agent because it has got some extra capabilities or a milestone that it can achieve. And now what happens in doing that is there is 75 to 80% of requirements that gets overlapped, because we are ultimately developing a chatting agent, and so we are developing a chatting agent, and then you have a requirement overlap that's been happening. So what are we doing here? So we are developing the same kind of a wheel again and again. So do we need to do that? No. Yes, exactly. So there is extensive duplication that's happening across the organization. It's not internal to the organization that we are talking about. And then you have no standardization that's been put in place. So if I choose randomly 2 person and then ask like, how are you trying to develop your agents? And then how are you trying to integrate? Both have got 2 different ways of doing it. Nothing wrong. But there is no standard of it, right? And you have lack of agent reusability. This is major problem, right? Both are actually developing same concept, but you don't have the reusability put in place such that like one of the major point which is covered in the previous sessions will get addressed, which is that fast to market, right? Because business cares about fast to market in order to gain ROI. So which is actually lacking. Now the problem statement here we have identified in 3 different layers. The problem itself, And then we have the solution. And then we have the business opportunity. So in the problem statement, we have rapid agent development, and then overlapping requirements, lack of standards, duplication of efforts, and then you have integration challenges. And then we have, since we have identified all these verticals of problems, then to compensate or the counterattack these problems, we have something called centralized repository. I think my Wi-Fi is not getting caught. Maybe. Okay, and we have a standard integration process, and then streamlined development, and then you have agent reusability, unified API access. So once you have all these solutions, you can definitely address the problems that are being identified. And what if you glue these two things, then we get reduced dev time, which is at most important for any business to make profits. And then we have lower the cost, and then you have improved quality, you have accelerated innovation, and finally ecosystem growth. So these are major important things for any business and for any software to make it to a peak level usability. So how do you integrate these three different layers? So once you take the problem of rapid agent development and overlapping requirements, these two problems can be addressed by your centralized repository. So if you have a centralized repo of agents, just think of, these are not normal software, guys, okay? Just think of a repository where you are actually trying to host your agent directly. So some of you guys are coding agents. So those agents are getting hosted in a repository as a central, what you can say is a pack, and then from which like other people can actually start consuming it without even coding and without even knowing it. So, okay, and because of which what we can get? So that centralized repo will definitely and drastically reduces your development time because you are not doing it. You're just using it. Okay, and then overlapping requirements will, that problem will get handled by your standardized integration, and your lack of standards also will get addressed by your standardized integration. And at the same time, your integration challenges also gets addressed by your standardized integration. So this is how we gel all these three layers. So now you see this, how we actually, so, and then your duplication efforts will get with streamlined development, and then agent reusability, and then your streamlined development will be addressing your lower the cost, and then improved quality, and then reusability will be improving your improved quality, and then accelerated innovation, and finally with your API access, you have accelerated innovation and ecosystem growth. Okay. So with that, let me show the architecture, how that actually looks like. Okay. So we have two module concept here, which we call it as Agent Hub platform. And you have something called traditional web application. And in Agent Hub platform, we have multiple components, which we call it as web interface, APIs, and then profile management, observability, and monitoring. And then authentication and authorization. So now these all components will make the agent platform in such a way that it will host all the agents in a centralized repository, which will make the other party who is actually trying to consume those agents in a very seamless and scalable fashion. So in the traditional application development, of course, in the over the decades and then ages, we are habituated in developing traditional web applications that could be starting from your React, Angular, Node.js in the middleware, or Java, anything, right? And what if suppose you want to make that particular application AI driven? So it's not needed for everyone to learn the AI. So you can just hook the platform, pull the agents, run it in your local, and make your normal application agent AI agent driven. That's the major funda here. And how many of you used Hugging Face, Transformers? Come on. Okay. So, you know the transformer library, which gives us the facility of downloading the models into the local and then run it, right, from pre-trained configurations and all. Am I right? So very similar to that, we have something called Agent Hub Client, which will be, you will be putting that inside your client applications. And there is a call that goes from your Agent Hub. Okay, from the Agent Hub to the API, and finally we get the responses back. And you have two different personas here. One is application developer and the agent developer. So agent developers' responsibility would be purely publishing the agents because they are pioneered in that particular area. And the application developers will use the client library to pull the agent and to hook the application and then start utilizing the AI in their own application and own domain. So that's how they get gelled up. And now coming to what exactly is the advantages by using this particular platform, and the approach is basically a four-fold driven. One is APIs, which is seamless integration. Since we are giving a client and a server architecture, you can seamlessly integrate and then pull whatever is required at that point in time. And then you have centralized management, as we are speaking from the last 2 minutes. And then you have robust and scalable. And why is that? Because since everything is being now driven from the expert level, definitely there is a concept of robustness and scalability, because it's not we, it is who is the expert, subject matter expert, that is the person who is developing it. And now, so we have something called interoperability. This is most important and interesting part of this whole journey. What if suppose you have a requirement that you need to develop an agent, but the features of that agent are not supported in one of the frameworks? Of course, you have number of agentic framework these days, you know it, right? Just to name them, you have Agno, you have Crew AI, you have IBM B, you have OpenAI Swarm, you have Llama Index, LangGraph, and all these things, and many more, I don't know. Okay, and so what's happening here? So there is one feature which is available in maybe Agno, and you're not seeing that in LangGraph. And something is there in LangGraph, you're not seeing in Crew AI. So what if suppose I have two different agents which are very much popular and then which are performing consistently developed in two different frameworks. Example in Crew AI versus Agno. Now you can't integrate these two, right? Because the entire semantics and the logic that has been developed is different. So that is the major problem that we address here, which is called interoperability. So Agent Hub never cares about the language or the framework of agents. It's framework agnostic. So you can publish the agent in any of the framework, and you can actually hook the client to the platform and pull it and run it, and irrespective of the framework in which the agent is developed. That's the beauty. Okay, and now let's see the demo, how actually it all works. So we have three different layers inside that. One, it's very similar to your Hugging Face. The concept is being inspired by the Hugging Face, where we can host the Hugging Face mostly hosts the models, and of course they entered into the agents, but not in a full scale manner. But we are doing it, and then we see the UI where you can actually publish your agent, and then you can classify the agent into different levels or categories, and you have APIs supporting to that particular platform, and you have a client which can actually talk to these APIs, download it, and then show it. So we'll see all this in action now. Meanwhile, while I spin up, so if you have any questions, you can actually shoot them, and then we can take that as well. Multitasking, agentic. So this is our agentic platform. Can we take after this? I'll continue and then we can take up. Okay. So this is our agentic platform. So you see it, right? Like we have a number of agents that got deployed. And of course, this is all on local now. And we are going to publicize this maybe in the next couple of months. That's what we are hosting. And this has got two different flavors, the enterprise grade and the open source version of it. I had the open source division and Shashank, my friend, will host the enterprise grade of it. So we can deploy all the platform on-prem in an org. So, and this will be streamlined across the different business units inside an organization. And if you see it, like I have many categories, and then we can search for an agent, and agents are being classified versus within public versus private. And then the private agents can be monetized if the contributor has hit a certain amount of threshold of downloads and all those things. So we are actually heading in a different dimension altogether. And now, okay, so in the background, my APIs are running. Since you are seeing the platform, so it's like the UI and then the API supporting them are both running in case, and that's how the data is being fetched and then showed onto the UI. Now, if you see this, if it's clearly visible, then we have Agent Hub as a predominant library in which like I'm actually pulling something called generic agents for financial tasks. Okay, that's one of the classes that we have, and using which like I just mentioned, which is called from pre-configured. So generic agents for financial task dot pre-configured will pull the pre-configured agent, but anyhow you will be given the flexibility to configure the agents as per your need. You can change the LLM. You can change the different hyperparameters, how many iterations an agent should go in the background and all those things. And those all can be configured. And finally, you just pass in the agent name, like financial agent, and that agent would come into your local, very similar to an LLM or a model that is coming into your local and then executing in your local machine, right? And then let's see now. I just gave, since NVIDIA stock analysis, okay, let's see. Okay, so now if you see that, like oh, nice. Okay, Wi-Fi. You can shoot the question now.
Yeah, actually, I had a question. As you said, it's like centralized repository, right? So we have one problem with centralized repository in the software development, like it should be distributed, right? So if centralized repository is missing the connection because it is like in a centralized part, right? The centralized server. So if can we do it as in a distributed way?
I'm sorry. Can I get the question one more time?
Yeah, I'm saying it's like in a centralized way, centralized repository, right? So we can, in the software development, we mostly prefer version control systems like distributed way, so that it will be not in a siloed way, and we can be distributed. The agent platform can be in a distributed way, in a cloud way. It can be scalable also.
So that's good question. Just to repeat, like your question is on can this pattern fit into a distributed nature instead of monolith or a single pattern, right? Yes, it can be done since it's just a repository and then a platform. So once you deploy this code into a distributed platform, that means your server would reside at one place where it gets downloaded and it can scale horizontally as well. So that's all set. Is that done? Okay.
Hello, sir.
Touchwood, hopefully it should run. I think it's a Wi-Fi problem. So yeah, if you see just follow the logs. I think it's getting connected. It's downloaded the agent. Now it's connecting to OpenAI because I've just, for demo purpose, I've just configured it with the OpenAI. But as I said, all these hyperparameters will be given for you. In the method you can pass, like from pre-configured, you can pass all this, tweak all these permutation combinations, and it will work as per your requirement. And that's the whole analysis of the NVIDIA. You can actually cross-check Okay, and that's the full thing. So what I did nothing. So we have a client, and then I just hooked to my platform, pulled the agent, and I asked it to run, and then that's it. So it'll run it for you guys. And this is how you can have n number of agents. What if suppose you are developing an application and you need maybe you are in a healthcare sector, you need 1, 2, 3, 4 agents of some healthcare domain. So it's not needed for you to code anything, or you don't need to maybe recruit the teams, which are having the expertise in that level. Since you are having this particular hub, you can always go there as an open source contribution. You can download and then use it, just similar to what you use your models as is. With that, like maybe how much time is left for it? I think like we are hitting it. So we have 10 minutes. Maybe open for questions now, and then we can take it.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'll come to you.
So how do we define agent accuracies? Like how do we test the accuracy of the agent? It can give anything, right? Like because it's a backend, it's an LLM.
Yeah. So agent accuracy always depends on your LLM. Of course, there are multiple aspects that you can measure with. Okay. Since it's not tightly coupled or it's not bounded, it's like open, right? As I said, like you can always tune your hyperparameters in the methods that we are giving you. So you can always do this permutation combination of changing the hyperparameters and check the use cases against your own ground truth data set. And then finally, you can come to a conclusion that, okay, this is the parameter set in which like I'm getting either 70% or 80%. That you can hook it and then publish it into your production or next environments that you can promote.
I just want to extend like what he asked for. So like what are the parameters? Like how are we going to calculate? Like what could be the score? Do we have any framework to test the agent accuracy?
Okay, so okay, fine. So to the knowledge that I have, so we don't have a specific framework yet to measure the agentic accuracies. But still, it's all dependent on your use cases. So if at all you are using the agent concept for a use case of RAG, which we call it as agentic RAG, right? So definitely you can use the standard frameworks that are like your deep evals, ragas, and all those things. And then maybe Llama Index also has got their Llama Index evals. So you can use these frameworks to do that. And at the same time, as again I repeat, so we have the configurations that you can pass into the pre-configured method, like what LLM you need to use, what embedding model maybe you want to use, what is the iterations that an agent can go in. So what is the top K parameters that or top K chunks it has to retrieve. So all these things you can configure by your own. And at the same time, you can actually hook that to your own data set of gold data set, basically ground truth data set, and measure the accuracies and take a decision which parameter set is best for your use case.
Yeah, thank you.
Does this framework has a visual interface like Langflow where we can design our own agents?
Okay, so first of all, we are not actually going by the no-code platform. We are not hitting that particular direction. Of course, yesterday night itself we were talking, maybe it's good to go there as well, but it's in our roadmap, but not right away. The main intention or the agenda for us is basically to streamline the process and make it more easy and fast to get into the market. That's our thing. But as such, as you said, like checking that as a flow diagram or execution diagram, so we don't have that yet. The only thing we have is like you can go into your own profile and then check like what are the agents published by you versus some other guys, and then if there is already an existing agent which is suiting or matching your requirement, don't waste time, pull it and then use it.
So just like the visual component, we'll have a piece of code. We have to understand what
exactly.
Those pieces
So
of code
example, see, let's say, let me take my example as an agent developer. And let's say my friend, he's developing a use case for a healthcare industry. So now he has a requirement of AI in his project. Now I just ask him not to develop that, like just go to the platform and then check if there are any agents available which is doing the same task, and just put the client library into his application and then pull it and use it.
on your server. They run locally on your server.
Yeah, they are locally in your own machines, in your on-prem servers, and fully controllable by you. You can actually go tweak the code by yourself because it's there. how many of you know that your Hugging Face models come to something called .cache/Hugging Face/hub insert? Very similar to that, we have something called .agent hub. Of course, I didn't show that, but the platform creates that folder structure and it will put the agent there. So you can it's all transparent. You can see the code as well.
So in your platform, we can expect all the components that we see on a regular Langflow, like what component?
Exactly, that's what I say, right? So we are not intended for it. You have to code the agent. It's like we are code first. We are code first approach. They are like no code approach.
Hello.
Yeah, 1 second. Sir would be here. Okay, you can utilize that time into networking. All right, we'll be proceeding towards the next session, if it's okay. Sir?
Thank you, and then we'll be there here. You can always come, network with us. You can know what exactly we are trying to do. If at all you have a business case, we are ready to help you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. How you're finding this session? I found some people yawning. Is it because of the lunch? Did you eat lunch? All right. So we do have another session. Post that, we'll be having one refreshment so that you can again recharge yourself. We have the session of the data engineering playbook for AI success. Snehit Alam Raju is a director of data and analytics at RSM US LLP with over 17 years of experience in the data and analytics domain. He specializes in data architecture, solution design, and program management, holding multiple certifications across data analytics technologies. I invite Snehil, please be on the stage. A round of applause, please. I'll remove this.
I think it is his post.
Check, check. Can people at the back hear me okay? Perfect. All right, should we wait for everyone who is leaving for a break or should we get started? We'll get started because I'm afraid if I wait more, others will also leave. All right, let me quickly check for my clicker. Yes. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here with a topic that's probably a bit dry based upon what all of the other topics have been here today, but nevertheless, I feel it's an important one, at least from my perspective. Before we get started, how many of you here come from a data engineering background? And when I say data engineering background, DBAs, working with SQL, handling systems, getting their hand dirty. Okay, good. Probably 20% of the people here. How many of you are closely working with data engineering teams? Okay. What are the others doing? ETL development. Hey, you are also kind of in data engineering themselves, right? So because you are preparing the data for the models, right? So again, we do have, everyone today wants to talk about models, AI, LLM, Gen AI, Agentic AI, especially, right? But what we kind of tend to forget is, there is this whole world underneath it, which you should at least, I would not say identify, but at least respect, right? Because sometimes, you kind of tend to assume that the data is ready for the model, but there's a lot of groundwork that goes in into preparing the data for AI model, whether it is a language model, whether it is a simple, churn model or whatever that is, right? So if you are a CTO or if you are a CIO, or even if you are an analyst, right? There are certain aspects, especially when you look at it from a holistic perspective, certain aspects of data that, you need to be aware of. And, that's probably what I'll touch upon a little bit today. And again, hopefully it is useful and you'll start respecting your engineering teams a little bit more because there's a lot that goes in, or a lot that you need to understand rather than just saying, hey, the data is bad, right? So I think there are some things that if you are a decision maker, these are some things that you need to keep in mind when you're thinking about even an AI strategy itself, because ultimately, good models, they cannot overcome bad data, right? So it's about, garbage in, garbage out. If your data is bad, your AI model itself will be bad. And as we all know, we talk about, compute intensive, data sets, where language models are being trained for days together, etc., right? We are all end users of, a language model or a vision model per se. But, if there are certain aspects that are, taken into consideration when you are training or when you're trying to set up an AI model from a data engineering standpoint, I think, those are some things that you will probably, will make your life easier, rather than much easy, right? So how do you make your data AI ready? And for that, we typically look at the landscape here, right? If you look at the left side of things, there is traditional AI management. I'll probably use the hand mic, if you don't mind, sir. I'll use the hand mic. Check. Yeah, so if you look at it from a traditional, data management standpoint, right? You have your data cataloging, data quality, your data engineering, scalability, the data product, everything that feeds the AI model. But then again, once you have the data that is prepared for the AI model, you have your metadata, you have enriched data, you have the semantics that are built in, you have synthetic data that is generated. We'll talk about it a little bit. So ultimately, you want to make sure that you are making your data ready for AI and you're making your AI ready for the data, right? Because right now, if you see, there is a lot going around the closed loop mechanism wherein you're actually using AI to do some of your data engineering tasks as well, right? For example, very simple example, using LLMs to write your SQL code. Or someone talked earlier in the panel discussion, how do you use LLM to write your DAX code for Power BI, for instance, right? So you are using your AI to enrich, enhance your data, but before that, step 0 is to make sure that your data is ready for the AI, right? So when you look up, let's look at 3 aspects of data engineering, that I would want to discuss today. First thing, of course, is infrastructure, right? Of course, the servers, it lays the groundwork, for scalable, efficient AI systems by focusing on, say, architecture, storage, compute, etc. Right? So if we have a robust infrastructure in place, it helps in low latency, high availability of your AI systems. You'll not be writing a question for the chatbot and waiting for it to respond, right? So infrastructure becomes really important, when you talk about an AI model or a chatbot. Second thing, of course, the bread and butter, the data, right? So when we talk about data, there are 3 things that immediately come to mind, right? One is, of course, the data quality. Second thing, of course, is, what kind of features, you are building for the AI model to already consume, right? Because of course, AI models can consume raw data, but if you're aggregating it, preparing it for the model, it performs much better. That has been traditionally been seen. And then of course, clean data, quality of data, in terms of accuracy, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of completeness, right? We have your typical data quality metrics. It is crucial, for accurate predictions or good model performance. And then of course, having, again, if you have a good when you talk about, say, let's take a car, you have good parts, but if you don't have everything that comes and puts it together, your performance will be bad, right? So how do you make sure that there is automation of your code, there's continuous integration, continuous deployment, we talk about ML ops, etc., right? How do you take care of the process around making sure that these data engineering systems are putting the data where the AI model is reaching out for, right? So that's the process aspect of it. So let's go from infrastructure standpoint. First thing, of course, is how do you scale data processing, right? 74% of the companies, based upon a Gartner, survey, they have adopted to lake houses. Have any one of you worked with lake houses here? Data warehouse, lake house, data lake, for instance, right? So there is a survey that talks about, how do you ensure that, you are using the right underlying storage or data processing environment, for preparing your data for the model, right? So someone, again, talked about, I think, have any one of you attended Saurav's session in the morning in the 5th floor? He did talk about how pandas is there and then how you use multi-cluster environment versus a single node environment, right? So if your data is large enough, right, of course, distributed, computing is still the norm. Maybe we are moving away from the world of, Hadoop and HDFS and moving more into the cloud if, your regulations permit. But again, if you're not that big of a company, today, single node architectures are also working very much fine. They are working okay and they are giving, high performance in some cases, right? We talked about DuckDB, for instance, right? It's a very proficient system in which is single node and not multi-cluster, right? So traditionally, Spark and Storm, which have been distributed processing systems, they were used for handling large data sets. But, advancements in computing over the past few years, has changed this, right? So you don't need to, make sure that, you are using those large distributed systems. And again, elastic computing, you might have heard of elastic compute, wherein you can scale up, scale down as required. It's a prominent feature of, Snowflake. Anyone work with Snowflake here? There are a few people who work with Snowflake. So, how do you make sure that you're putting your compute, sizing it at the right size based upon, what the workload is? I think, that's always there. So, making sure that, you are deciding upon whether to use distributed computing and whether you want to use high performance in a single node, because again, keep in mind that any decision that you take, any architectural decision that you take, has a cost implication. All of them have cost implications ultimately, right? But which one do you choose? I think it becomes very important. Then of course, how do you choose whether you want to use batch versus stream, right? If you are training an LLM model, which has large volume of data, typically, batch would work best. But if you are working with a chatbot model, right, where you need to have interactivity between the end user and the model, and wherein your data is more streaming in nature, right? That's where, which is very real, near real time, as you call it, right? So that's where, streaming data comes into picture, right? So batch processing is typically ideal for, large data sets, historical data sets, which you train the model on. And streaming is primarily good for, say, chatbots or, fraud detection per se. Then, of course, standard, classic, database related, how do you make sure that you're putting in your indexes, you're putting in your partitioning of data to make sure that you have increased query performance. And again, these are things that if you are an AI engineer or if you are a data analyst, these are some things that are probably opaque to you because, you are already having that data massaged and prepared for you. But if you are someone who is really interested in knowing the underlying aspects of it, which I think every analyst should, right? Similar to how a data engineer should understand what the analyst does or what the person on the front end does so that they can incorporate more best practices from a data standpoint in their systems. I think the other way around is also important, wherein you as data analysts or AI analysts need to understand, or even AI end users need to understand these aspects of data engineering. All right. So, how do you use efficient, data partitioning? How do you make sure that you're indexing for your efficiency, for effective, retrieval of data, right? And it actually impacts your model performance and how fast it can retrieve the data, right? So ensure that you're planning for scale, right? You may start small, but you need to ensure that, you are keeping that end goal in mind, that, where today you might be having 100 users, tomorrow you might be having 10,000 users. Today you might be having gigabytes, tomorrow you might be having petabytes, right? So start small, start based upon what your use case is, because of course there's a cost implication, but then again, plan for scale, right? How do you make sure that you're able to expand it based upon your workloads? Then of course, we talked about compute, but then of course there is also storage, right? So again, we talked about, how do you make sure that you're using the right technology for the right use case, right? First of all, simplify. If you are using just BI specific systems, a data warehouse would be more than sufficient, right? You don't need to have a lake house and then have a data warehouse on top of that. Of course, most companies do that today because, it's cheaper. Storage costs, I think, are the cheapest among all of them, right? Storage literally comes at cents. So it's very tempting to throw in a data lake out there and push all of the data, whether you need them or not, and push it out there. If you're able to use it, make good use of it, fine. As long as you have guardrails in place to make sure that, you're utilizing that data, you have some archival mechanism in place, you are putting in together regulatory aspects of it, that, you cannot store certain data in certain regions, and all of that hype around GDPR, etc., regulations, right? So make sure that you're simplifying your storage based upon your workload. If your workloads are just about having downstream implications for the data, whether it is just sending data downstream or just utilizing it for reporting, I think just using a data warehouse on a cloud-based database or on top of lakehouse also, it's fine. But also depends on the nature of the data, right? Typically data warehouse kind of uses structured or semi-structured data, right? But your AI workloads would require a lakehouse because most of their use cases are around semi-structured and unstructured data, which, you might not, again, there are use cases where today there are workloads that can also use on top of the data lake, do querying for the unstructured data as well, but not a typical use case, right? So make sure that, you are having these individual simplifications, but ultimately as an organization, right, if you are a bigger organization, you might also want to look at a unified approach. Sometimes, you might want to have a single place where, there is consistency in terms of data, because you also need interoperability. There might be data that you get from an ERP system, which is part of your data warehouse. You might be getting streaming data, which might be part of your lakehouse. Now, how do you want to make sure that you are combining this, say, for example, for a video analytics environment, right? Or for your video analytics model. So you need to have a unified approach, when you want to do that. Then, of course, file formats, right? These are, typical file formats, that are used, for interoperability, irrespective of the cloud platform. So all cloud platforms today, they understand, Parquet, Avro, and ORC, even JSON, for that matter, right? So it enables, seamless data exchange, between systems. It ensures that there's compatibility across, diverse platform, and makes it very, cloud agnostic, right? And again, Parquet, for example, it's columnar in nature, right? So it speeds up, your processing and make sure that, data is much available faster, even though if it is at scale, right? And then, of course, lastly, there is versioning, right? So there might be use cases wherein you might have to go back to a past, for an audit requirement, or, you might want to query data from a previous point of time, whether it is for debugging, whether it is for audits, whether it is for compliance, right? That's where, your time travel, makes it easier, because AI models you might want to have that time travel built into your AI model, and for which, you need to have time travel queries. And then, of course, impact on the AI models, right? So you want to make sure that you are using technologies like, Iceberg or Delta Table, which can enable versioning, and which can make sure that, you're going back to the past and being able to retrieve data at a specific point of time, right? So we talked about compute, we talked about storage. Now let's talk about, some architectural considerations. Now again, this is beyond, once you have your storage and compute in place, you want to make sure that once you are having your model or AI model connect to whatever underlying infrastructure or data engineering architecture you have, you might want to modularize it, right? What are the advantages of, having microservices for each of your workloads? Any thoughts? What are the advantages of having individual modules for each of your individual AI workloads? Any thoughts? Yeah. Sorry? Save some time? Lesser time? Yeah, exactly. So, it helps in scaling faster, right? Because there is no dependency on each other. And each of them can be best in class and need not be from the same platform, right? You can have a querying engine from one platform versus a reporting engine from another platform, and you can combine them together like a Tetris, right? You all know Tetris, right? So then, of course, you want to make sure that you are having that modularization in place, because you can easily plug and play, aspects or features as and when you require. Implement your, API, observability tools. You have, this way you are making sure that you are, if there are errors in your model, or if there are bias in your model, for instance, which is fairness in AI models is a very big topic, right? So sometimes, you might not even be able to detect, without having an observability tool in place, right? So, you have, platforms like, Datadog, New Relic. There's also another one, Prometheus, I think. Right, so these are different observability tools, for your API, making sure that you are able to log, detect, and correct, issues in terms of your errors from your APIs, right? And now also, helps you to improve response times ultimately, right? And then of course, making sure that you are already considering APIs, for that support both batch and stream. You need not have individual ones. Of course, depends upon the use case, but typically APIs that support both batch and stream, they help in handling both large data sets and also help in real-time data flows. So for instance, you have Apache Kafka, you have your Azure Event Hub, for instance. You also have AWS Kinesis, or Databricks Data Lake. All of these are examples that can handle both real time as well as your large data model. So how do you ensure that you are keeping it one size fit all, but making sure that you are using best in class, right? So lastly, ensure that you have endpoints integration across multi-cloud. What this helps you to do is, if you use, say, cloud agnostic platforms, like how many of you have heard of Terraform? Right? So, using these are, cloud agnostic. You can use Terraform to deploy to any kind of, cloud, for instance, right? Or you can use unified, API gateways, or gateways, for instance, so these actually help in interoperability, across multiple cloud systems. And again, most of companies today, big or small, right? We are logged into at least 2 cloud platforms, right? You can use Snowflake plus Azure, GCP, or AWS plus Azure. Sometimes, if you are rich enough, or if your data teams are not good enough, you'll use all of them, right? So ultimately, you want to make sure that you are having something that is cloud agnostic and helps you to make sure that you are preparing your platforms for deployment for better, AI modeling. Then, of course, classic. These are some things that you would have seen in machine learning or in data science, but also works for AI as well. How do you make sure that you have well-defined features, right? They help improve model performance. They reduce the complexity. You make sure that you handle real-world data issues much better, right? So when you talk about feature engineering, some things that come to mind is aggregations. How do you transform the data? How do you aggregate the data, which is at a much granular level, so that it can be fed to the model, right? Again, most of the times, features matter more than the model itself, than the algorithm itself, right? So having a feature, whether it is part of the data or whether it is engineered, for the model itself, I think it makes a lot of importance of, how well your model performs and how accurate your model is, right? So it impacts, so features impact the quality and performance of the AI model. So again, typical transformations, right? How many of you understand normalization? So, you scale 0 to 100, so you make sure that you're putting everything at a normal scale. Categorical encoding, I think we all know one hot encoding. Group by rolling windows, again, typical, SQL-based, features, that you would typically do, right? And then, of course, I think this is something that is always coming through, especially when data is less, right? How do you generate data that you don't have and which you feel that the model is looking for, right? Sometimes you might not have a use case or you might not have data for a use case and you want to make sure that you are generating that data. Again, there's a lot of, hype around this synthetic data generation and, there are, two class of people, one who says synthetic data is useful, one who says synthetic data is not. But and I'm of the opinion that if you have no data, you have no choice. You do have to generate that synthetic data, right? So Gartner projects, that by 2028, 80% of the data used by AIs will be synthetic, right? Up from 20% that you have today, right? So what is synthetic data? It's also called bionic data, in certain areas. It is typically generated by AI based upon the inputs that you give from your actual data itself. Again, there might be, multiple use cases on how this data is generated. Some models tend to look at the existing data and extrapolate it based upon, how the population looks like. Again, you can choose what features you need to extrapolate that and generate that synthetic data from. So there are multiple ways to generate this, right? So bionic data, essentially is how do you add new data or AI generated data to real world data so that, you can train your model for scenarios, larger scenarios, right? So you make it more realistic, by adding AI generated data, especially in scenarios where the actual data is limited, right? And then of course, HITL, human in the loop, you need to augment. You cannot always, I think we have been speaking about this from the morning itself, right? You do have LLMs, they can generate the data once you feed it, but they don't have that intelligence yet, right? To think whether it is the right data or not. So that's where you as a data analyst, you as the subject matter expert, you come into the picture and to understand whether that data that has been generated, that synthetic data that has been generated, makes sense from a domain standpoint, makes sense from a model standpoint, right? If you have age as a column, and if you have a population that is less than 25, 80% of your data, and you use an AI model to generate new data, which has age from 25, and if it generates an age of 125, right? Maybe makes sense, maybe not, right? Kind of an outlier. I wish I would live 125 years, or we wish we had more data that has 125 years of age. But so that's where you come into picture. Is it really correct, right? So you want to make sure that you are putting the human in the loop to ensure that you are interpreting that synthetic data that has been generated, and also of course making sure that you are correcting it, right? Then of course, you have metadata, data lineage, right? How do you make sure that you have data lineage from an understanding standpoint? And where do you guys think, this lineage is very useful? Governance, absolutely, right? So tomorrow, you might have an end user that says, hey, your AI model gave me a comment that I don't find appropriate, right? I'm going to sue you, right? Now, if you as a company who owns that model needs to understand why did it even generate that, you need to have a tracking mechanism to understand, okay, where did that actual data come from? Why did it actually give you that output? How did that inference work, right? You cannot have it as a black box, right? So that's where making sure that you have that metadata management inbuilt into your data engineering systems that actually feed the AI model, becomes important, right? So if you are having metadata tags, you are using for indexing and searching, one helps in model performance. If you are adding rich metadata to your models, right? It helps in model tuning, one, of course. It helps in better feature selection because, if you have metadata around those features, it helps the model to select the right features that are required for that specific performance, right? Then, of course, AI model rely heavily on lineage, right? If it so as I said, origin is important because it helps you to understand where that data is coming from and why the transformation has been applied. Ultimately, it's about, as someone mentioned, governance. It helps build trust with the stakeholders. The stakeholders can be your AI users. The stakeholders can be the AI model itself, right? So, especially in industries like healthcare and finance, right? Understanding this lineage becomes very important and very useful. So again, you have tools for metadata management or data catalogs. You have Apache Atlas. You have Colibra. There's another one, Amundsen or something, right? So there's another one that actually helps in that metadata and capturing that data lineage for the data that is being fed into your model, right? And then, of course, lastly, you have data ops. Again, standard. You can build a model, you can have data associated with that, but if there is no continuous deployment into the production, it remains as a proof of concept itself, which 80% of the companies end up doing anyways, right? So how do you make sure that you are automating your data pipelines, the data that feeds those models, having them, if there are changes being made from a data standpoint or from a tables or the data structures that feed the model, making sure that you're continuously deploying them. Then, of course, CI/CD for model runs. I think Databricks has this very nice concept wherein you can track model registry. You have feature stores where you can use features, run the models, track the model registries, look at them from a performance metric standpoint, right? So how do you make sure that you're running that CI/CD for the model runs themselves? And then, of course, model drift, right? We always talk about concept drift, wherein the inherent nature of the features themselves change, right? So let's take an example, right? Say, for example, a company is, say, Reliance, again, for the lack of, just as an example, right? Say Reliance had their own mom and pop stores back in the day. They were generating data, right? Now suddenly they came up with a website, with an online store, right? So the inherent nature of the data itself changed, wherein, the channel with which they are selling has changed, right? So now this channel becomes an important feature. Earlier, channel was just offline. Now channel has two values, online and offline, right? So that can actually impact your model performance. So how do you make sure that that inherent change in the nature of that feature is being incorporated from a data standpoint into your AI model makes it very important, right? So models can drift, the underlying concepts, when I say concept, features can also drift, right? So making sure that you're continuously checking for your models to make sure that they are working on the latest data and continuously making sure that any new data that is coming through is being fed into your model to improve its accuracy or improve its performance, I think becomes very important, right? So to summarize, 3 aspects of it, right? Infrastructure, it helps building the foundation of AI. Data, ensures that the model or the data is AI ready or the AI is data ready. And then, of course, the process makes sure that you are enabling continuous improvement for your data. So again, things that sometimes we kind of tend to push it to the back end, but very important from an enterprise structure standpoint. So thank you. That's me. If you have any questions, I think, do we have time? Yeah, if you have any questions, we have a couple of minutes. I think everyone is waiting for the break. All right. If there are no questions, I'll be around. Thanks everyone. And again, thanks Codebasics for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
So we have a break of half an hour where you can enjoy high tea as well as networking. Post break, we do have 2 interesting sessions. I request everybody to be here by 4:30. Thank you so much. I know it is overloaded. You need refreshment. Oh, sorry, 5. I'm going back. Okay, 5 o'clock. Be here by 5.
Hello,
The
today
mission
we
of
will
Codebasics
learn
is
how
to
to
make
solve
complex topics simple and
fun
fun
to
to
understand for everyone. Purpose guides, but
Hello. I request everybody to please be seated in their place because we are starting our session. Have you collected your t-shirts? Guys, have you collected your t-shirts? Please go to the, like after the session, you can go to the Codebasics and then you can get it. I request everybody to please be settled. We have the next session on building AI applications with model context protocol and genetic RAG. So, people here, what is the word that you're listening most from the morning till now? AI? Sorry? Data? Right? When I transited my career, initially, I was always wondering why there are not that easy, but whenever you want to get into any field, maybe transition or anything, you need to have one skills at least that can speak about you. And that's what one skill has given me one opportunity in one of the companies. And then lately I have built the branches of, learning other things. I know there are so many people who are already into transitions. And mostly I find mechanical people. How many are there mechanical here? Mechanical engineering? Because in the panel also today, I saw so many people, like they were from mechanical engineering. Is it something that after taking mechanical, then you rethink about, I need to go into data analytics? Something like that? Anybody wants to share their view? We'll wait for another 2 minutes. So we have our speaker here, Sneha. She has 10 years of experience in building data engineering and artificial intelligence-based system. Currently, she works as a generative AI product manager and solution architect, pioneering several use cases across critical functions of large pharmaceutical MNCs. I welcome Sneha, and I request you to please be on the stage for your knowledge sharing. And I request everybody a round of applause for Sneha.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And into putting this together. So today's topic is building Gen AI applications with model context protocol and agentic RAG. I understand this is a mixed crowd. So if you've already been playing in the Gen AI, RAG, and ecosystem, this presentation may be super easy to follow. But if not, maybe I'll give you some pointers for you to explore more further after the session. So either ways, maybe I'll try to level the playing field for everyone for the next 20 minutes. So we've been hearing a lot of buzz all around the Gen AI community, maybe in the last 1 month or so. So who came up with it? It's the company called Anthropic, and they came up with this protocol in November 2024. So Anthropic is a AI-based company based out of San Francisco in the United States. If you've heard this LLM, Claude, so it's an LLM designed by or trained by with about 200K context length window. So what is model context protocol and why is it a big deal? So basically, model context protocol, it standardizes how GenAI applications provide context to LLMs. So moving further, if you see this diagram, right? So on the left, reading this diagram from the left to the right, LLM by itself is very limited in its knowledge. For example, it can only answer questions based on the data it is trained on. Let's say, for example, it was trained until 2024, it can only answer questions until 2024. But it cannot cater to your enterprise use case specific questions, right? But so moving to the middle layer, right? So in this case, LLM is connected to different data sources, like maybe a vector DB, or a custom application, or a web search tool, right? So giving you the responses. In this case, the LLM responses are grounded in the truth or the data that you provide. Still better, you know, you can still, from A to B, moving from left to right, you have enhanced its capabilities, making the LLMs actually respond to questions based on or grounded in your truth, in your enterprise truth, right? Data stores, documents, etc. Moving to the right side, from the middle to the right, what's happening here is, if you design applications like in the middle, every time you swap out or change a data store, you have to change the AI logic, that the way the LLM connects to the data source. What model context protocol does is standardizes all of this, making AI application architecture design much more easier. Because in the rightmost case, with model context protocol, LLM is only talking to the MCP server, right? Which exposes vector databases or custom apps or web API, maybe Bing, SERP APIs, etc., etc. So it's easy to swap in and swap out the tools that you want your LLM to get context out of. So these are some of the wins with model context protocol. What are some of the wins is, it streamlines the architecture, because LLM only has to interact with MCP. MCP then integrates with the rest of the world. That means highly interoperable and context-rich AI chatbots or Gen AI chatbots or applications. And the separation of AI logic from the data source, of course. So the second major win, you all know this, like context window length is one of the limitations of AI models. So every different AI model has a specific context length window in which it can respond to your questions within the context that you provide. So for some of the popular models out there, this is a context length. For example, the latest GPT-4o has about 128K token length. How you can approximate it is, about one word is about 1.3 tokens. So if it is 128K tokens, it's about 96,000 words, which is about maybe in English language, it's about 350 pages book. Think of it that way, right? But if you upload multiple 356 pages book, it cannot take context out of both the documents and respond to your questions, right? And let's say your conversation chat history is longer, then also it loses context. And again, MCP comes to the rescue here. How? I said I'll level the playing field. When I said context length, it's the amount of tokens an LLM can process in one thread. That's what it means, simultaneously. So again, so model context protocol, where it wins is, it acts as a, let's say if you think LLM as a brain, MCP is the brain's extension. It's a long-term contextual data. MCP server can actually maintain the long-term contextual data beyond the 128K tokens that LLM internally has, right? So this right architecture diagram is from Anthropic's website, actually, their modelcontextprotocol.com. So I really like this very simplistic architecture, which can help visualize how MCP protocol works. So, like I said, MCP servers can get the context from external data sources, right? Let's say like vector databases, maybe Pinecone, VV8, whatever your company uses. Or it may be a document store, or it may be, web search, any web search API. It can not only extract the information, it's a two-way street. It can also store the contextual information into the vector DBs. Let's say, for example, there are frequent queries that your user does on the application. All of that can be stored as an interim vector embeddings on the MCP server, which can and provide context to the LLM accordingly, as and when needed. And Mem0 tool is another popular open source MCP tool, which is being used in the code interpreter applications, right? To store code configurations, documentation, etc. So I'll just take a moment and pause here for you to process this diagram. So on the left is the MCP client or the Claude desktop, any of the IDE tools through which your user is actually making a prompt or a query. It gets redirected to the right MCP server, which exposes the data APIs. And it's a two-way context exchange. You can write to the data source and also retrieve from the data source. Okay, so, and you all have heard this term probably, if you're playing in this AI space for a while, RAG, right? RAG, yes, retrieval augmented generation. So I was asked this question, if RAG is going away, is MCP gonna replace RAG? So I'm gonna come to it a little bit later, but for the interest of everyone, I just wanna quickly run through what a traditional RAG is, right? It takes data from a data source. Let's say, for example, you upload a document, the application developer has to configure the parsing strategy, chunking strategy, what's the chunk size gonna be like, what's the augmented context is gonna be like, and how the embeddings are gonna be done, what embedding model to use for the domain-specific data, and how are you gonna store it, what kind of database are you gonna, vector database are you gonna store? Is it gonna be a hybrid search database or vector only or semantic search only? All these are the decisions that an application developer or a data scientist makes when he's actually helping build out the RAG pipeline for a custom enterprise use case. So again, after the retrieval, how to rank, how to prioritize the results, how to augment the context, and measuring the quality of the response, right? Is it really grounded in the truth, or is it hallucinating, et cetera, right? So, but what if the entire data in the data distribution, the type of data, everything changes than what it was developed for? It can happen, right? Data distribution doesn't remain the same all the time. The nature of the data, veracity, volume doesn't remain all the same all the time. So in that case, traditional RAG has some limitations because it's a one-pass retrieval. And let's say if your prompting is subpar, if you give a subpar prompt, it'll give you subpar results because it won't retrieve from the vector database correctly. So I think that's where agentic RAG came into picture. So agentic RAG came into picture where it adds an additional intelligence layer to the retrieval augmented generation process. So basically, I'll run through a couple of diagrams basically. So this is from one of the blogs, online blogs. So basically on the left side, when the documents are ingested, there's a document parsing, summarization, chunking, embeddings are stored in the vector DB, right? And then when from the Claude, let's say Claude is your user interface, wherein the user prompts a query. Based on the query, MCP server triggers the search. It decides whether it has to do a catalog, narrow, or broad search. That's the agentic intelligence. The Claude is LLM, which is deciding what kind of search to do. And then again, LLM responds back with what search and the results. Based on the response, again, Claude or the LLM, agentic LLM, distributes the results to either, web search or a chatbot or a data analysis tool. It could be anything. So what's basically happening is that you're adding an additional layer of intelligence every step of the way, from analyzing the user's prompt to adding the context, right context, by figuring out which is the right data source to direct and fetch the data from, and also measuring the quality of the responses and the step-by-step inference of it. Everything is automated by a agentic layer. So it could be a single agent system or a multi-agent system. So if you look at this diagram from the left to the right, what's happening here is that user sends a query, and there's this master agent which kind of orchestrates its request to its children agents. And the children agents decide which tool to fetch it from. Is it from the vector database A or B? Is it going to be a web search? Is the user's prompt requiring the latest web search results? Should I fetch it from my Slack? Is the data available in my enterprise team chat, or like Slack or Gmail? All the decisions are made inherently underneath, invisible to the user, when you use a multi-agent RAG system. So essentially what it does is, over traditional RAG, it can help improve the response that you get out of the LLMs by providing LLMs more context-rich information. So why MCP, right? All good, fancy, intelligent system. So where does MCP come into picture when you're dealing with a multi-agent RAG system? We have talked about this, right? So where does is MCP gonna replace, or is it irrelevant? What do you think in terms of agentic RAG systems? So again, like I've mentioned probably when I was talking in the beginning, MCP layer adds a more standardized way to help swap in and swap out the tools the agent are going to interact with, and streamline the systems furthermore. Let's say you build a system with 5 AI agents, right? Maybe 1, 2, let's say if it's a use case for customer support system, you get the open tickets, and then you get the sentiments or comments about the product from, customers. Okay, it's a mixed response. So the first, of course, an agent has an LLM model underneath, right? That's what is making the decisions. So it decides which probably server to direct the user's request to. And the second is, each of these different MCP servers, let's say one MCP server to extract data from your enterprise databases, other MCP server for web search, other MCP servers to connect to other custom apps within your ecosystem. And the third is a vector database, right? This vector database, what it does is it can store the embeddings of the most frequent queries or user inputs or some configuration settings that are retrieved very frequently. And it can also be hosted on the MCP server, on the MCP server's RAM memory, which can increase the which can increase the context length of the inherent LLM. And the fourth one is, of course, a client interface, like your chatbot web interface or Claude desktop interface, whatever is interface, the client interface that the user is querying or prompting in. Okay, so if you were to build a system which uses model context protocol and agentic RAG, I think this is the data flow, how it would look like. Let's say it's a user query ingestion. For example, user query ingestion is you prompting ChatGPT. Think of it like you prompting Perplexity, whatever, right? Whatever the client interface is. And maybe in an enterprise use case, if I were to take a customer support or customer success group, and they open your customers open some tickets, some issues with the product, right? And there's another customer feedback system where they put in, the complaints they have about, using the system or the feedback they have about using your product. So I'm prompting this question: generate a report on open support tickets and include any recent related customer feedback. Okay, that's the prompt that you have given to the LLM. And then what happens? The LLM inherent within the agent gets this and it starts planning. Which server should I route this to? Should I route this to database MCP server, or should I route this to feedback MCP server, or should I route this to sales MCP server? There's so many MCP servers which are exposing different data sources to the LLM, right? So agents is using its brain, it's planning. Once it decides on the server, it decides on the flow. MCP, these are the retrieval actions that are happening. First, the request gets sent to the open tickets. So it gets the 10 open tickets, and then the 10 open tickets get sent to the feedback MCP server. And there is a customer sentiment that's getting pulled into the context based on the open tickets. So there are two flows here. And then now this context that we have gotten from these two MCP servers is being passed to the LLM. So it's also very important as a developer to also structure how we are passing this LLM context into to the LLM. So probably you will say, here are the relevant data. This is the ticket data. These are the feedback experts. Using these two data sources that I've retrieved, please answer this user query. Right? The user query is generate a report on open support tickets and customer sentiment. Now what happens? LM generates a response based on the context. So you can also have another agent evaluate the response as well to improve the quality of this. And then you can also have this optional knowledge storage on the MCP server, which stores the most common user queries. Like, if give me feedback on so-and-so, if that's the most common query, store the embeddings of the prompt and the response in a MCP server so that it can be brought into context immediately instead of having to make a call to the database server. Okay? If you have to integrate an agent, if you already have an agentic RAG system, right, and you are bringing in model context protocol newly, these are some of the 6 steps that you need to look into. One is collect and pre-process the data for retrieval, right? Let's say your data is document storage, or your document store, or your data is maybe web search API, sorry, maybe your data is in BigQuery, whatever it is, right? So prepare and collect the data, create the indexes on the vector database, especially for the most frequently queried collections. And then you set up the MCP server, deploy the server to interface with the knowledge base, advertise the server capabilities to the client. As soon as a client receives a prompt, it needs to know what server capability it needs to tap into. And the next piece is testing the server results, right? Evaluating the response. And then you configure the MCP client. After you build the agentic RAG and MCT setup, so how do you improve for performance or accuracy? Some of the optimization strategies, right? So we've talked through the whole flow here. So at each step, there's different things that you can actually look into in terms of optimizing RAG setup. So caching and reuse, where does it come into picture? Like I've been saying, right? Embeddings of frequent queries can be on the MCP server, or the documents that you're generating on the fly for most frequent questions. Use caching effectively and in multiple places. Also tuning the vector database, right? So if the retrieval quality is poor, the LLM's response quality is also going to be poor. So while a lot of emphasis is on tuning LLM responses, there should also be enough emphasis on retrieval strategies and tuning the retrieval. So how do you tune the retrieval, right? Based on the domain, maybe you're working with healthcare data, or maybe you're working with edtech data, or maybe you're working with finance data. So choose the right embedding model based on your domain to store the embeddings into the database. And then at the point of retrieval, tune the similarity threshold, or top K. If you make top K too low or too high, too low also may not work, but small enough might work. So look into that. And then also metadata filters, right? There are some rare keywords that the user might search on. In that case, vector search may be poor, but keyword search will do really well. So having the right metadata filters. And also, as you're maintaining the index of the most frequent query collections, also ensure if they're getting old, just remove them and replace with the most recent ones. Don't keep the historic context not relevant right now. And the third is, of course, prompt engineering and agent instructions. When you're setting up any agentic system, there's a system prompt that you configure, right? Let's say, for example, if the user's prompt requires the latest web search results, please get the latest web search results. But if you're not sure, do not say you do not know. Okay, that's my system prompt. So it'll also handle the failure gracefully, right? If it doesn't know, it says it doesn't know. And then few shot prompting, especially with agents, you can give a sample, saying, if you find this type of document, do this. If not, do this. Give a sample prompt before, try few shot prompting techniques. And you can be very specific with the LLM. Give me step-by-step answers. Verify the retrieved answer before giving it out to the user. All of that you can configure as either agents or system prompts. And the third is, have a good classifier which can route your user's query to fetch data from the right data source, right? In an enterprise use case, there are hundreds of data sources, and user can prompt anything. So the agent which is deciding the router has to be smart enough to decide which data to fetch from based on the user prompt. How the routing is happening. And then again, when you're using model context protocol, ensure the MCP servers are optimized. Let's say, for example, if you notice that a lot of queries are going to web search, right? All your users are asking for some of the latest information, which mostly needs 90% of your use cases are triggering the web search. Then look into using a more efficient API or scale up the MCP server exposing the API for better performance. So next step is monitoring and ongoing tuning. So when you're deploying agentic RAG application, GenAI application, always know that you are, this is like a continuous evaluation system. You're going to tune. You're going to look into how often a particular MCP server is used. Is it the database server that is getting called often? Is it the web search? Is it the custom to apps MCP server? Which is getting called the most often? Being able to notice that. And how long each call is taking. If some of the most used MCP servers are taking a long time, then you need to optimize for that. If there's an MCP server which is just occasionally being called, then you can, or not being called at all, you can consider removing it from your flow. Okay, and the success rate, right? In an agentic system, there's a lot of cases of failure. So are the failures being handled gracefully? That's another question. So if it's not able to retrieve, not able to get the answer on time, what would you like to display to the user? That will make them come back again to your application. So basically, I've been exploring this topic, honestly, since March 1st, 2025. The Anthropic website has been like super helpful for me in understanding, in addition to some of the high quality blogs written by these two authors. And I'm going to share it on my LinkedIn. You can actually follow me here. And I post things on data engineering and AI, latest readings that I do, my perspectives, etc., etc. And that's about it. So I'll be here for some more time if you want to catch up and talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. Thank you so much for that detail. Guys, I have an announcement. We have arranged iftar at 10th floor. The people who are fasting, they can proceed for ahead 10 minutes so that they should not be getting that lift. You can use lift. Take your time of 10 or 15 minutes ahead, you can reach there. Now, 6:30. All right. Okay, now I will call upon Hem and Padmini for this. Let's take a little break.
Folks, we are going to start with an end note now, and do not move. We are going to play something very interesting. So what all we did since morning, we have captured that beautifully, and we are going to show that to you. Followed by that, there is going to be an end note. And after that, there's going to be a lot of networking. All right? So the video should be playing now in a minute. Thank you, folks. That was amazing. So happy to see all the beautiful smiles. How many of you got captured in that video? Oh, all of you. Oh, we are so connected and we see ourselves in each other. Is it so? That's so great. So all these things were great, right? Like we have had this event and we discussed a lot of things today. What was the most interesting session for you today? What was the most interesting session? MCP? Any other interesting topic that you have learned today? Sorry? Panel discussion? Okay. Which one? The data analytics or the data science? Data analytics? Okay. Glad I was there. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, it was all amazing, to have these sessions. So I personally learned a variety of topics, again, from agents to MCP. Then we covered Power BI, Power Automate, Microsoft Fabric, and a lot of other things. And we also looked into the business side of things. That should be the key takeaway for you. Can someone give me the pointer? Slide pointer, please. But how many of you remember this picture from the morning? Everyone, right? So again, for all you know, all this, the entire day could be an hype, right? Could be an hype. You don't know. I don't want you to trust anything blindly. Go home, do your research, and learn to suck the reality out of what? Hype and misinformation. So tomorrow morning, when you're sipping the coffee, the first sip should be what? The reality, not misinformation. For that, you need to use a straw. Consider this as a straw. This is that straw you need to use to suck the reality from hype and misinformation. All right? So, see, I really want to end this session, but I can't stop talking about how this AI is impacting healthcare, particularly. I was very interested in how this Google's DeepMind project, all this AlphaFold and all this thing. What?
AI, सुबह से बहुत सुन लिया. How many of you got super bugged of listening to this? Saturated, right? Well, first of all, sorry for that abrupt entry. I'm here to give an end note. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Padmini. I'm a marketer by choice and profession. In a nutshell, what we do is make good products great. All the brilliant minds here, your brilliance has to be seen by someone, right? That is why we exist. We have to market your wonderful products, your brain. So today I was just wondering that I feel so much out of the place because I've been listening to terms like Azure or Snowflake, Data Lake. For me, I think Fabric, yeah. Algorithm.
MCP. Agents.
Algorithm actually sounds like a fancy dance move to me. You know, totally, it's a bouncer. But few of the sessions, I did get a sense of it. So sorry for the slide pointer.
She got so confused, she's moving backwards now.
Oh. So I was just giving him an example. Cloud computing, for instance, it looks something like a big fluffy cloud full of tiny computers raining down. My imaginative head thinks of it like that. Snowflake also. Yeah, how can Snowflake be something related to data? I want to learn all this someday.
I'm very interested. So are you the only person here, or there are more people like you? Did anyone feel like that, hearing these words, these fancy terms? Okay. Any more people who felt like this fancy computers falling from the cloud? No?
In my team are full of data nerds. Sometimes in meetings also, I get so, out of the place. I feel, what are these guys doing? Okay, I have to ultimately market what they are making. Great product. Our boot camps are the best. So I have to somehow, but still I have to know what it is. So my next step is to actually learn some of these terminologies. So I was talking about this imaginary, I took help of AI, though I'm not that savvy. I somehow tried to give a prompt. This is how it looks for me. Okay, so I'm sure all of you had a wonderful experience today. Geniuses came, gave you all the gyan. But we are here I'm always trying to give a human touch to things. So that reminds me, we actually curated a cute little bag. Many of you also asked me. So you all got your bag, right? The welcome kit. How many of you found an envelope that said secret? So many of you asked me. Yeah. How many of you opened it actually? First thing you did is that, right?
Hey, you didn't get that lottery. Some people got like $1,000.
Yeah. Some people got 1,000, some people got 200 rupees, some people got 1 rupee, some people got Kotya. You're gone. Everyone got Kotya? That's not true. I think some Some mess from our team. Yeah, something got messed. So what made you do that? What made you like, chalo dekhte, what is happening inside? What if I open?
So if you answer correct, you're going to get
It's
$1,000.
already up there. Curiosity. Our brains are always curious.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the human mind. Like I said, we are always curious. I always keep telling this. Somebody was curious, so we landed on the moon. What is there on the moon? That's curiosity leads to discoveries. Curiosity leads to new inventions. Our mind has to always be curious. But can I ask you something? With this AI, everything, AI can predict future trends. AI can process data. AI can probably dance better than you. If I program that robot, it can dance even cooler. But can AI give you a subjective human experience? Can it give you? You know, curiosity is what made you. Will AI be ever curious? No. Maybe not. We have not reached that stage yet, and we'll never be able to get to the human side of things. So let me just get this quick. Be with me for 2 minutes more. Just sit, relax, get cozy, get to know your neighbors. At the count of 3, I want all of you to be very honest and shut your eyes for just 2 minutes. And just stay still. Be there with me. I promise you'll thank me later for this.
From wherever you are, give yourself a moment and take 3 deep breaths. So inhaling and feeling the opening and expansion, and exhaling completely, releasing what isn't needed, perhaps clench muscles in the jaw, shoulders, and hands. And now drop focus of the breath and simply allow yourself to step back into open awareness, being with whatever arises. And that may be the breath, sounds, images, or physical sensations. Allowing these experiences to pass through like clouds. And behind it all is your awareness. Like the sky, your awareness is open, vast, with the space to hold whatever comes and goes. And as you're ready, you can take one more conscious breath and then reconnect.
You can now open your eyes. Does it feel little at least good? Little. Little good, yeah? You feel more human now?
How many of you see an AI robot when you close your eyes? No? Okay, that's good. All right. Padmini, you know what you did?
Try to give them a human experience.
No, what you did to me? You made me human. Being human now, I'm going to do something human. I'm going to recognize and thank the people who made this show happen. These are the main characters of the show. I'd like to call them on the stage. That's the Codebasics team. Please come onto the stage, give it to them, guys. They are everything who did this and made this happen. I'm not going to exaggerate. Many of them haven't slept yesterday. And still, I think their body is dead. They're running with their soul. And I can't, this couldn't have not happened without them, doing this. But if I think more about it, this could have not happened, even without you. You being the audience. So let's all take a bow to the audience. Like, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have been really patient with us. You have been, like really supportive. And is it just you? No. We want to thank our sponsors as well, who kind of helped us in organizing this event in a better way. And the speakers who shared a lot of knowledge, right? And we want to thank our host, networking stars, volunteers, and everyone. And there's a little video we have made to dedicate our gratitude for all of them. And thanks for being here. We are going to do networking now. Do not forget the human side of things. Start making meaningful connections, and it's the time to network for the sake of humanity. Thank you.
Claps on.
Hello. Big cheers to the volunteers, guys. They have been with us since yesterday night. They have been packing all the gifts and everything. The volunteers reached the Codebasics office yesterday, and they have been packing something, a present for all of you, for your presence. This will be collected. This can be collected. You can redeem. You must be having some kind of a coupon. Please redeem it at the ground floor from 6:30 onwards. Right now, you can just go and continue networking, building those meaningful connections. And yeah, we'll take more photos. We'll do more networking. And for people who are breaking fast, there is an iftar available at 10th floor. And yeah, it's a great day. I look forward to see you outside as well. Thank you.
Press people are also. Where are they?
Oh, shit, we should.
There are four. Oh, they're coming.
రైట్ అది ఎడిట్ అయిపోయింది
ఆర్టికల్ కూడా పంపించారు
అయిపోయింది మనం అది ఒకసారి 2 నిమిషాలు టైం ఇస్తే
ఈమెయిల్లో పంపించేస్తాం